In 1645, nurse Jeannie Mance opened the first hospital in Canada. In 1853, Mary Ann Shadd Carey was the first Black newspaper woman editing at the Provincial Freeman in Ontario. In 1903, Emma Baker was the first woman to receive a PhD from any Canadian university. In 1960, all women across Canada were given the right to vote. In 1989, Jan Reimer became the first woman to be elected Mayor of Edmonton. In 2019, Karen Jensen was appointed as Canada's first Pay Equity Commissioner. And as of our most recent election, women make up 8 of the 12 seats on Edmonton City Council. Each of these women fought for what they believed in and did so for every girl across the country so that they could be treated with respect and dignity. Day of the Girl Child is for every girl and woman who was told that they could not do something and defied the odds. It's to show all girls that they are capable and can pursue their dreams. So we celebrate the 2024 Day of the Girl Child for all the amazing girls and women in our world and the positive change they will make. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you, Councillor Salvador. Appreciate that. We'll now move to selection of items for debate. And I may as well just select several of these. I'll take 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, and 7.4, and item 9.1. Which leaves 7.5, if there's no selection on that. And I'm not seeing any. And no frantic chats, so I will then take a motion to approve item 7.5.
So moved.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Madam Clerk, do you want to just summarize what we've done so far?
Absolutely. This morning, committee has passed the recommendation in the following report without debate. Item 7.5, Edmonton Waste Management Centre Water Distribution System Upgrade Project.
Great, thank you. We have no requests to speak, but we have a lot of people that are going to speak today, so that's just fine. And no specific times on the agenda. Are there any councillor inquiries this morning? Not aware of any? Which takes us then to the work of the day. So items 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, and 7.4 will all be dealt with together. They are all part of the Water Services, EPCOR Water Services Performance-Based Regulation application. And so we're going to get a series of presentations first and kind of thread our way through the day. It's going to be a bit of a different agenda today insofar as how we're going to receive these presentations and kind of check off inquiries and pieces of conversation as we go. So now I'm not sure if EPCOR is doing an introductory presentation or not. That was a question on Wednesday. Yes, they are. Okay, so we'll invite EPCOR then to take the floor first and make an introductory presentation on their rate filing, followed by administration's, City of Edmonton administration's review presentation, followed by Mr. Beckett's utility advisor's presentation, and then lastly EPCOR's response to both administration and the utility advisor's comments. And then we'll get into questions from there. Come on. Oh, are you going to stay there? Oh, very good. All right.
Okay.
Over to you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So we're here to present the 2025 to 2027 wastewater collection and treatment PBR application overview. If you go on to the next slide, I'll introduce who's here to speak on behalf of EPCOR. So my name is Frank Manarino. I am the SVP of EPCOR Water Services. To my right is Saqib Chaudhry. He's our Director of Regulatory. To my left is Craig Bonneville, who's our Director of Engineering and Technical Services. Next to Craig is Susan Ansell, who's our Director of One Water Planning. And next to Susan is Martin Kennedy, who's EPCOR's Director of Communications and Engagement. If you go on to the next slide, Councillor Cartmel outlined this process here already, so we don't need to spend any time on it, so perhaps we'll move on. So our overview today will cover all these items that are listed on this slide. So we're going to start by giving you an overview of the application and the process, quite brief, and then we're going to build up the application step by step, starting with consumption and customer forecasts, which underpin a lot of the application. Once we've done that, we'll then give you an overview of how we forecasted our operating costs and our capital requirements that form our utility revenue requirements. After that, we'll talk about the returns on capital, both debt and equity, that comprise the application. And then we'll tell you how that culminates into the customer bill impact, at least on an average basis, and what we are forecasting for customer bills. And then finally, we'll close it off with the work we've done on public engagement and our performance measures that, again, form an important part of the application. If you go on to the next slide, then, we'll start with the answer at the beginning, and then we'll come back to this again. But at a very, very high level, we are proposing to invest over the next 3 years a total of $887 million, mostly in the reliability and the performance of the wastewater collection and treatment systems, along with some other objectives that we'll get into. That investment and associated other costs will lead to, on average, for the average customer, a bill increase of 2.9% per month per year. So that is going to be the bill impact $2.20 over the next 3 years, increasing that amount every year. And then overall, as we'll discuss, this investment and that bill increase that allows us to recover the revenue will result in us continuing to deliver reliable utility service, meeting various objectives, including flood-proofing of the city, quality, security, environmental protection. So that, at a very high level, is what the application is about. We will now start with Sakib going over the application and the process that got us here.
Thanks, Frank. Next slide, please. So the planning and development of our wastewater services PBR application is guided by the objectives and principles which are summarized on this slide. These include the provision of safe and reliable utility service, ensuring that rates reflect the cost of providing utility service, providing the utility with an opportunity to earn a reasonable return, alignment of environmental objectives with city goals, defined service levels to meet customer expectations, as well as timely rate approvals. These guiding principles ensure that the process of approving rates balances the interests of all stakeholders and ensures that the rates are fair, reasonable, and reflective of customer and city priorities. Next slide, please. The development of our rates under the PBR framework is consistent with established principles for the approval of rates for regulated utilities. These principles reflect the fact that the regulator has the authority to set just and reasonable rates sufficient to cover the prudently incurred costs of providing utility services. The cost of providing utility services includes both operating as well as capital costs. Operating costs are typically reflected in rates for the year in which they occur, and capital costs are recovered over time. As such, capital costs include a return component for the risks associated with financing these investments. When approving the level of return, regulators follow the fair return standard to ensure that the utilities' rates allow them to cover their prudently incurred costs as well as earn a reasonable profit, while protecting consumers from excessive prices. These principles also require that the proposed rates reflect the forecast costs of providing service to each customer class, and that there is no cross-subsidization between customer classes or across generations of customers. As such, rates are developed by a robust process which includes both forecasting of operating and capital costs, as well as the preparation of a cost of service study to ensure that costs are appropriately allocated by function and by customer. As rates are escalated by an inflation factor over the PBR term, rates remain relatively stable and predictable through the use of a PBR mechanism, as opposed to utilizing a traditional framework where rates might be established on a more frequent basis. Next slide, please. The framework utilized by EPCOR Water Services to establish rates for each of our water utilities is referred to as a performance-based regulation framework. Water has been regulated under this framework since 2002, wastewater treatment since 2012, and wastewater collection since 2018. The use of a performance-based regulation framework allows for a streamlining of the regulatory process, which minimizes administrative burden and costs. Also, as noted in the previous slide, a key benefit for customers is the relative stability and predictability of rates, as rates are indexed to inflation over the PBR term and are also reduced by an efficiency factor. This results in a shifting of risks from customers to the utility. Examples of these risks being shifted to the utility include EPCOR bearing the risks associated with higher or lower consumption reflecting changing usage or weather patterns, and also the risk of higher or lower than forecast operating or capital costs. The benefit to customers under a PBR framework is that the utility is incented to discover and implement efficiencies, which are then passed on to customers in future PBR terms. While at the same time, customers are ensured that service levels are maintained through the inclusion of minimum performance measures, which are informed by historical levels of performance as well as by stakeholder input. Next slide. The graphic on this slide provides an overview of the integrated water cycle in Edmonton and each of the water utilities regulated by the City of Edmonton. The focus on the application in front of Utility Committee today includes the functions in the red box. These functions represent the collection and treatment of sanitary wastewater and also stormwater. This application reflects the costs of investing and operating the system of pipes used to collect wastewater, collect and store stormwater, treat wastewater at our Gold Bar wastewater treatment plant, and recover nutrients and organic matter from our Clover Bar biosolids recovery facility as part of the wastewater treatment process. Next slide, please. Today's public hearing is the culmination of a process which is outlined on this slide and provides an overview of the process to date. EPCOR Water Services has worked closely with City Administration to allow for a comprehensive review and evaluation of EPCOR's PBR application. Since filing the application on May 31st, EPCOR has met with City Administration as well as the City's consultants to discuss the application, and EPCOR has responded to approximately 200 information requests submitted by council members, the utility advisor, the consultant hired by the City to review our application, as well as the public. Both the utility advisor as well as City Administration have also filed reports commenting on the reasonability of our application and have also made recommendations for consideration. At today's public hearing, we will address any further outstanding matters about our application with the intention of filing a compliance filing within 30 days to reflect any directions made by Utility Committee. That will allow sufficient time for council approval of rates for implementation in 2025. Next slide, please. The following slide summarizes the key aspects and inputs into developing our application and the accompanying rates. At a high level, we develop a revenue requirement which reflects the total of the forecast costs that need to be recovered over the PBR term. This reflects the cost to provide service based on forecast customer counts, consumption volumes, inflation, and planned operating and capital costs. Once we have developed the total revenue requirement, we perform a cost of service study to allocate costs amongst the various functions and customer classes to determine the cost to provide service to each rate class. The cost of service study is informed by the cost, age, and use of our various assets and is based on generally accepted cost allocation principles used in the water and wastewater industry. Utilizing forecasts of customer growth and consumption, we then develop rates that will be charged to each customer class. Although the rates are intended to recover the forecast costs, once rates are set, EPCOR bears the risk of any divergences between actual and forecast costs. And finally, we also need to consider what are the appropriate performance standards that EPCOR will be measured against to ensure customers continue to receive value for rates paid. Throughout the balance of this presentation, we will provide more details on each of these components. Next slide. Through the filing of this application, EPCOR has demonstrated that the actual and planned operating and capital expenditures used to determine the revenue requirement are prudent. This is evidenced through our application and filing of supporting information, which includes detailed variance explanations for actual to forecast costs, as well as justification for both future operating and capital costs. The justification for capital costs includes business cases for any capital programs that exceed the thresholds as defined in the minimum filing requirements. The rate design proposed in the application is based on established rate design principles supported by a cost of service study and remains largely unchanged from previous City of Edmonton approvals. The application also reflects a fully supported proposal for a fair return on equity that is based on approaches utilized by regulators across North America. The PBR framework is consistent with the framework previously approved by the Edmonton City Council that is fair to both the utility and customers and ensures long-term sustainability of the wastewater system. And finally, the proposed PBR application includes appropriate mechanisms to ensure safe and reliable wastewater services for Edmontonians through the inclusion of a robust set of performance measures. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Susan to discuss the inputs used for our customer and consumption forecasts.
Good morning, councillors. I'm going to provide a brief overview of our methodology to forecast sanitary sewer generation volumes that we've included in our rate application that is recovered by our variable rate components. Next slide, please. Previous slide. I jumped one there. When building out our revenue forecast, we do consider our consumption from two aspects. The first is the water consumption by the three customer classes, residential, multifamily, and commercial, and then the forecast number of total and new customer connections that are adding to the system. For this filing, we've also considered the forecasted impact of our AMI, or Advanced Metering Infrastructure, initiative, and how that will lead to earlier leak detection, identification for on-premise leaks, which will lead to further water consumption reductions and lower sewer generation from our customers. Next slide, please. So first, talking about declining water use by residential customers. So household residential water consumption trends continue to decline on a per property basis throughout the city. Our forecasting methodology looks at 5 geographical areas of the city of Edmonton, segregated by the age of the neighborhood. Within each of those areas, we complete analysis of the per account consumption that considers the impact of new building construction within those buildings, as well as the renovation rate of the existing buildings in those areas. And that includes the installation of new fixtures, which does result in a dramatic reduction in consumption per property. These 5 forecasts are then combined into an overall per customer consumption forecast, weighted by the number of accounts within each of those geographic areas. And so the end result is we show a slight decline on a per account basis of consumption continuing in our system. Next slide, please. For the multifamily and commercial sector, we do a slightly different methodology, primarily leveraging historical trends due to the wide variety of multifamily structures that we see in this customer class, as well as varying business types in the commercial sector. For the multifamily sector, we are forecasting an increase in consumption per account, reflective of the increasing number of multifamily properties with more dwelling units within them being constructed that are aligned with our city plan goals. For the commercial sector, we are forecasting a slight decrease in per account consumption, reflective of the continued water consumption that we are seeing in this class, but also reflecting within the office towers with the introduction of widespread hybrid work. We have less building occupancy occurring in those buildings, which leads to less water use per those accounts. Next slide, please. So in addition to looking at on a per account basis, we also look at what are the projected total customer accounts that we will be billing our various customers with. It's important to note that within the city of Edmonton, the Edmonton dwelling count statistics that you are familiar with and have been seen through City Plan are different than the customer accounts we see from an EPCOR perspective. This is reflective of the service pipes going into those parcels. And so on a residential property, a single family residential also includes up to any property that has 4 dwelling units on a single property, and that falls into the residential class. The multifamily class is, again, a single pipe, but could have anywhere from 5 to 200 dwelling units within that account. And so our customer counts reflect those numbers of our forecasted growth of service pipes. The commercial account numbers are forecast to align with historical trends that we've seen for that customer category. Next slide, please. When we combine our individual customer class account consumption trends with our projected increases in service accounts, our overall forecasted sewer generation rate is relatively stable over the PBR period. We're projecting a 0.4% per year growth overall in terms of sanitary sewage generation in the community. And I will now pass it over back to Sakib.
Thanks, Susan. In this next portion of the presentation, we'll discuss our utility costs forecasts, which help us build up our revenue requirement. Next slide, please. We'll start off with operating costs. As discussed earlier, one of the components of our revenue requirement is operating costs. Operating costs are included in our revenue requirement on a forecast basis, and there is no markup or profit earned on these costs. After establishing a base level of forecast operating costs are adjusted by inflation and then offset by an efficiency factor during the PBR term. This provides an incentive for EPCOR to achieve savings and thereby guarantees customers savings throughout the PBR term. EPCOR bears the risks associated with higher or lower than achieved costs, and any realized savings are then passed through to customers in future PBR terms on a go-forward basis. EPCOR's forecasts are prepared using a bottom-up approach that is based on expected work activity, expected staffing levels, with consideration of historical experience. Next slide. To ensure that the inflation factor that is used to forecast costs is reflective of actual inflation, EPCOR utilizes a formula that bases inflation on a weighted average of inflation from published Statistics Canada measures. This ensures there is transparency and objectivity in the development of the inflation inputs. The two measures utilized are Alberta CPI and Alberta Average Hourly Earnings. The use of these two measures is consistent with the approach used in past PBR applications and ensures that the inflation reflected in rates is reflective of what is happening in the environment in which EPCOR operates in. For this application, the inflation factor for the wastewater treatment utility ranges between 1.8 and 2%, and for wastewater collection, the inflation factor ranges between 1.9 and 2.2%. The differences between the inflation rates for each function is due to the differing proportion of labor versus non-labor costs between wastewater collection and wastewater treatment utility. Offsetting the inflation adjustment is the efficiency factor. EPCOR, in its application, has proposed an efficiency factor of 0.25% for both the wastewater treatment and the wastewater collection utility. The 0.25% efficiency factor is consistent with the efficiency factor reflected in our water PBR, current wastewater treatment PBR, and is a reduction of 0.5% to 0.25% in the wastewater collection PBR. As noted earlier, the inclusion of an efficiency factor provides guaranteed savings to customers immediately and in each year of the PBR. Next slide. On an overall basis, over the PBR term, EPCOR has limited the increase in operational costs across the wastewater utilities to an average of 1.5% per year. This reflects the combination of the forecast inflation offset by the inclusion of the efficiency factor. Details of the operating costs, including actual to forecast variances, were included in our application and were part of the scope of the review by the City. As a result of the focus on efficiency, operating costs for the wastewater utility are lower than they were in 2022 and 2023 after adjusting for inflation. Next slide. And from here, I'll turn it over to Craig, who's going to provide an overview on the capital expenditures which are forecast and included in our revenue requirement for the application.
Okay, thank you, Sakib, and good morning, councillors. So in this section, we'll be providing an overview of our proposed capital investment program, explanations on how those investments are categorized and prioritized, and provide some details on a few select projects. We continually update our asset management plans and asset assessments to ensure the investments are properly prioritized and investments are made prudently. Capital programs and projects in the application are categorized based on the primary driver, but may also have secondary benefits in one or more one or more categories. The largest portion of the investment, as Frank noted earlier, is within our reliability and life cycle replacement categories, and we'll speak a little bit more in detail in the subsequent slides. Assets in wastewater tend to have much longer asset life than in other utilities, particularly in the collection system, which are dominated by longer lasting linear assets. Next slide, please. EPCOR proposes to invest almost $890 million in this PBR term, divided into the wastewater treatment and collection components as shown in the following breakdown. For each of these areas, investments is broken down into one of the four program categories as its primary driver. In all areas, wastewater treatment and collection, replacing, renewing, and refurbishing existing assets continue to be the area with the most investment. Gold Bar continues to be able to meet its treatment requirements even with population growth using existing assets and facilities. Most of the investment is on rehabilitation of existing infrastructure, with some investments for new treatment for odor control and efficiency projects that I'll talk about in a moment. It's worth noting that the growth and customer requirements category, shown in wastewater collection, not only includes projects put in place to meet a growing city, but more often than not, inclusion of projects to meet specific customer needs, which could be for flood control as an example, or to relocate infrastructure to allow for other work, as in the case of LRT projects as an example. Next slide, please. Here's a selection of investments in each category at the Gold Bar wastewater treatment plant and Clover Bar facilities. In the reliability category, Gold Bar is almost 70 years old with many original components. Reliability projects focus on structural, mechanical, and electrical upgrades and refurbishments. In the efficiency category, we have one identified project which adds more robust aeration blowers, which provide air to the nutrient removal process. Without it, the biological treatment process at the wastewater treatment plant would not function. These upgrades will also make this system more energy efficient. We'll speak a little bit more about the odor control projects in the regulatory health, safety, and environment category in a moment. And as I noted before, Gold Bar is well positioned to receive increased loading as population grows, and as such, there's no significant investments required in the growth and customer requirements category. Next slide, please. Similar to wastewater treatment, the collection system has aging infrastructure that's exposed to harsh conditions, often as a result of H2S formation. We'll speak to a couple of these projects in more detail shortly. In the growth and customer requirements category, dry ponds and LID will be talked about in a subsequent slide, and these contribute to the slow theme of the SERP strategy. The Duggan Tunnel project will improve odor in these neighborhoods, improving the quality of life in residents while rehabilitating critical sewer trunk infrastructure. This project is part of our core corrosion and odor reduction program, which also includes initiatives such as access manholes, which allow for safe access to both operate, maintain, and inspect deep sewer infrastructure. And finally, in the efficiency category, the installation of monitoring devices so that we can better collect information on the state of our ponds and operate and control them using intelligent systems will continue in this PBR. Next slide, please. I'll now highlight a few investments in some key asset areas. As noted, we'll be investing over $115 million to help control pluvial flooding across the city at a much lower cost than installation of more hard infrastructure. The dry pond program includes funding up to 11 projects in various stages of development, with investment being net of contributions to grant funding received a few years ago. Projects that are already started and will be constructed in this PBR cycle include dry ponds in the Kenilworth, Parkdale, Lauderdale, Otwell, and Forest Heights neighborhoods, with numerous others will have planning and design being undertaken in this PBR cycle. Next slide, please. The Low Impact Development Program has matured greatly over the last few years, in no small part due to great cooperation with both the City of Edmonton and private landowners. Not only does this infrastructure slow the stormwater prior to hitting the hard collection system, lowering peaks and preventing surcharging, it also cleans and improves the quality of the water. LID installations fall into the broader category of what is known as nature-based solutions and include specific plantings and soil composition to maximize their performance. Next slide, please. I'll now review two significant renewal programs related to our aging infrastructure and our wastewater collection system. The High Priority Renewal Program focuses on emergency and high-risk service pipes, that is the line between a home and the sewer pipe in the street, manholes, and smaller drainage assets whose individual costs are generally low. Majority of the repairs are to services that are in the 50 to 70-year-old age category and are often made up of clay tile pipe, which are no longer used, followed by repairs to catch basins and their catch basin leads. This investment includes both reactive and proactive relining or replacement of the service lines. The local sewer rehabilitation program is designed to rehabilitate local pipes that are under 600 millimeters in diameter and based on their condition and materials. There's almost 5,000 kilometers of this type of pipe within the City of Edmonton. High-risk pipes are largely based on the type of material and age of them. Similar to high priority repairs, this program includes both a proactive and reactive renewal component. Through this PBR term, we forecast to renew approximately 60 to 70 kilometers of high-risk pipe. And as an example, some of these projects are coordinated through the Building Great Neighborhoods program. Next slide, please. The last two slides will focus on odor control improvements at the wastewater treatment plant as well as in the broader collection system. Reducing odors at Gold Bar continues to be a priority investment area. Close to $15 million is being invested in Gold Bar to treat emissions at the facility. 2 locations, as shown here, are prioritized based on extensive monitoring of the highest remaining sources of nuisance odors from Gold Bar, remaining from previous odor projects, and follow recent upgrades to our treatment systems and our scrubbers. These projects combine 2 initiatives into one so that they can be designed and constructed in a more efficient manner. And finally, last slide. In the collection system, there are a number of different programs that contribute to reducing odor and minimizing corrosion effects that combined result in over $200 million in investment prioritizing odor and corrosion reduction. These projects include rehabilitation of large and small trunks, installation of odor control facilities, and the ability to access trunks for inspection, monitoring, and cleaning. Priorities are based on odor hotspots as shown in the figures on the left on the slide, as well as condition assessments based on footage of closed-circuit TV inspections. As you can see, the program has successfully reduced odor hotspots between the 2 figures in 2018 and 2023. While the focus is on capital investment on this slide, we continue to also use strategies from an operational point of view to reduce and mitigate odors. Thank you, and now I'll pass it back to Sakib.
Thanks, Craig. And so building on what Craig just summarized in this next section of the presentation, we'll summarize what EPCOR has proposed with respect to the return to be recovered on the planned capital investments. As Craig has summarized, over this upcoming PBR term, EPCOR is proposing to invest $887 million in infrastructure that will support growth, resiliency, asset renewal, and ultimately deliver safe and reliable wastewater services. These investments are financed by EPCOR through a combination of equity and debt issuances. EPCOR is not proposing any changes to the proportion in how this investment is funded, namely 60% debt and 40% equity. This is consistent with previous approvals as well as the water PBR. The cost of debt is recovered on the basis of a forecast of market interest rates based on EPCOR Water Services credit rating. The cost of equity is recovered on the basis of what is an appropriate return for a utility that bears similar risks as EPCOR Water Services. Next slide, please. Over the PBR term, to support the planned capital investment, we are forecasting debt issuances of $460 million at a forecast interest rate of 4.65%. The total forecast cost of debt is based on the cost of debt of new issuances, as well as the cost of debt associated with historical issuances. The rate for new debt is forecasted based on assessing EPCOR Water Services with a credit rating of A low and is reflective of forecast market conditions. Much like operating expenses discussed earlier, EPCOR bears risk for any changes in the cost of debt. Next slide, please. Moving on to the return on equity, in addition to the debt financing, EPCOR will invest approximately $430 million of its own equity to deliver on the proposed capital plan. EPCOR has proposed a return on equity of 10.8% for the wastewater treatment utility and a gradual ramp-up of the ROE to 10.8% by 2027 for the wastewater collection utility. This gradual ramp-up of the wastewater collection return on equity is an extension of the commitment made by EPCOR in the previous PBR to achieve a full return on equity by 2026. The ramp-up of the ROE over the 3-year period reflects a savings of approximately $26 million for customers. The 10.8% proposed in the application reflects the findings of a third-party consultant's analysis of what would reflect a fair return for EPCOR Water Services. Next slide, please. EPCOR's ROE proposal was developed using an industry-standard approach that considers current market factors as well as an assessment of approved returns for utilities of a similar risk. The analysis was carried out by an independent third-party consultant. EPCOR hired the firm of Scott Madden to develop a proposal for an appropriate return on equity that reflects the business risk of EPCOR's integrated water utility. Scott Madden used three different analytical models which are commonly used by regulators across North America to determine appropriate regulated returns. This analysis considered electric, gas, and water utilities across North America, as well as current market conditions and expectations for both returns and interest rates. As there has been an increase in interest rates since the last time the return on equity was set for EPCOR's water utilities, the proposed return on equity is higher than what was previously approved. Through this analysis, a recommended range for a reasonable return on equity for EPCOR would be between 10.5% and 12.2%. Ultimately, Scott Madden recommended 10.8% for return on equity based on using U.S. water utilities as the most relevant comparator, as water utilities faced unique risks relative to electric and gas utilities, and there are no comparable water utilities in Canada. Based on a recommended return on equity of 10.8% coupled with an equity ratio of 40%, the proposed return on equity for EPCOR would still be lower than the average for U.S. water utilities. This is due to the fact that U.S. water utilities generally have a higher approved equity ratio. Next slide, please. In the next set of slides, we'll summarize the rate impact for customers and how we arrived at the proposed rates for wastewater services over the 25 to 2027 PBR term. Next slide, please. As illustrated on this slide, and to recap the discussion from an earlier slide, the proposed rates reflect the revenue requirement, which is the cost to operate the utilities, and these costs are then allocated to each customer class on the basis of a cost of service study. A cost of service study includes a review of various inputs and assumptions utilized to allocate costs. This includes changes in customer volumes, consumptions, and both operating and capital costs. The intent of the cost of service study is to ensure that costs to provide service to each customer class are in alignment with the rates that will be approved for each class. This ensures that each rate class is fairly allocated its proportionate share of costs, and there is no cross-subsidization amongst customer classes. Next slide, please. As part of this application, EPCOR worked with an external consultant to update our cost of service study. This included a review of the assumptions utilized to allocate costs, as well as updating the inputs to reflect updated cost levels for EPCOR's wastewater assets and operational costs. It is important to note that the application of the cost of service study does not result in any changes to the total revenue requirement. Rather, it simply allocates the revenue to different functions and customers. Based on this analysis, we did see a shift in costs within wastewater collection from the sanitary utility to the stormwater utility. For most customers, this would not result in any significant bill impact. However, for a small number of customers with very small sanitary volumes, this would result in a larger bill increase. Next slide. In addition to the updated cost of service study, EPCOR Water Services is also proposing changes associated with our stormwater billing. These changes reflect the impact of the updated zoning bylaw and EPCOR's planned efforts to ensure that all properties that are receiving stormwater services are being billed appropriately. For the vast majority of customers, the impact will be minimal. However, EPCOR has identified approximately 350 customers who will see a larger bill impact. Once EPCOR's PBR application is approved, EPCOR will proactively reach out to these customers with information on these changes and determine if there are any steps that we can take to mitigate these impacts. Customers with larger bill impacts are generally larger sized properties which would typically have larger volumes of stormwater runoff, but also have lower levels of water consumption. The criteria EPCOR used to identify these customers was an increase of $25 per month for residential customers and $50 per month for commercial and multi-residential customers, and greater than 30% of their total water and wastewater bill. Next slide. Additional options for customers to mitigate any bill impacts include investment in low-intensity development infrastructure for commercial properties, taking advantage of our newly proposed stormwater rebate program, or application for an intensity adjustment under our existing stormwater credit program. As part of our application and in response to customer feedback, we have introduced a new stormwater management rebate program as part of this PBR. Reducing stormwater runoff has considerable benefits for individual customers as well as for Edmonton's wastewater system as a whole, as summarized on this slide. The new rebate program also supplements the existing backwater valve subsidy program and provides additional dollars for investment in low-impact development infrastructure. Next slide, please. So what all of this means for the average residential customer is that they can expect to see an annual average increase of 2.9% on their monthly bill for wastewater utility services over the PBR term. This translates to an average annual change of $2.20 in the monthly bill, and this level of increase remains below recent consumer inflation rates. Next slide. Turning to commercial customers, on average, these customers will see a monthly bill increase of 1.1% per year. As there is considerable variation in terms of consumption within this class, the dollar amount of the 1.1% increase will vary from customer to customer. The reason for the difference between the average rate increase for residential customers and commercial customers is the impact of the deferral account refund from the previous PBR term. As the commercial customer class returned to normal levels of consumption quicker than the residential customers, there was a larger balance accumulated in their deferral account. With no deferral account, the rate increase would be similar between both customer groups. Next slide, please. So in summary, EPCOR's PBR application is seeking approval of rates that provide for investment of $887 million in wastewater infrastructure to support growth, resiliency, and required asset renewal to ensure that wastewater services continue to be provided in a safe, efficient, and reliable manner. The costs to provide for this results in a reasonable rate increase of 2.9% per year for the average residential customer and 1.1% per year for commercial customers, and allows EPCOR to meet its strategic objectives and continue to make Edmonton a more greener, more flood-resilient community while continuing to meet stringent performance standards for reliability, safety, quality, and environmental protection. Next, I'd like to ask Martin to talk about our public engagement and performance measures.
Thank you, and good morning, councillors. We now turn to the final two topics in our overview of the application, a summary of how the application reflects perspectives of customers and the public, and a recommended performance measure regime for the 2025 to 2027 period. Next slide, please. Our report on stakeholder engagement is found in Appendix H of the application. It includes a summary of how public input is reflected in our capital and operating plans and a copy of the research report. The objectives of the engagement program were to inform priority setting, policies, and the balance between investing in system reliability and moderating rate increases. We also sought feedback on specific programs. The engagement on the application itself is part of an ongoing program of customer dialogue. Our application also reflects the results of public input into the design of specific programs such as community flood protection, corrosion and odor reduction, and project work at facilities such as consultations to inform facility plans or projects. Next slide. I'll highlight 4 ways that customer input influenced the application that's before you today. The first was in our efforts to balance the need for ongoing investments in utility reliability with the need for affordable rates. Customers identified cost as their highest ranked concern, but a majority also supported slightly higher investment in the utility to deliver long-term efficiency, reduced flood risk, and reliability. We've allocated investments to where they're needed most and limited the average bill increase to a forecast 2.9% per year. The second was aligning performance to focus on the highest ranked customer priorities. As you heard in the summary of the capital plan, and as you see in the full application, there is continuing investment in odor reduction, community flood protection, and operational responses to emergencies. This is also reflected in updates to the performance measures, which I'll speak to in a moment, and our prioritization of capital. Next slide. The third way public input was reflected is in our understanding of customer preferences for rate stability and risk sharing. Overwhelmingly, we found in our engagement that customers value rate stability and the utility managing the risk of cost variances. This is consistent with earlier years of research and customer dialogue in the water and wastewater utilities. It's similar to what we see in consumer behavior in our utilities in the electric sector. The PBR model sees the utility bear most risks of cost variance during the PBR term, and it gives customers the opportunity to reduce their costs by implementing efficiencies that reduce their water consumption. The fourth area was gauging public support for our proposal to expand supports for customers who are implementing flood protection measures on their own properties. We found high levels of support for our focus on targeting higher risk areas in the community for flood protection investments, and we found high levels of support for offering financial help to individual homeowners who are working to reduce their own flood risk, and by doing so, reduce the need for more costly utility investments in community infrastructure. Next slide, please. I'll now provide an overview of the performance measures proposed in the application, and they are found in Section 22 of the PBR application. Before discussing the updates to the measures, some context is helpful. In a PBR system, utilities are given a financial incentive to implement efficiencies and reduce utility costs. If a utility can reduce its costs during the PBR term, it gets to keep those savings. In the next PBR cycle, the savings are incorporated into customer rates going forward. It is very important to have a counterbalance that protects customers so that utilities under a PBR regime don't cut costs at the expense of core performance expectations. So the performance measures in the PBR are really a penalty regime. They set levels of performance below which you would perhaps choose to levy a financial penalty for underperformance, and that framework is critical to understanding how the measures are designed. They're usually not designed to incent ever improving levels of performance. They're designed as a protection against poor performance, and that means a well-run utility is usually doing significantly better than the performance standards, and you see that in our previous PBR reports. The next slide. The recommended performance measures are based on industry benchmarks, historic performance, and stakeholder feedback. All performance is externally verified and reported annually to Utility Committee. We also report a wide range of additional data outside of the performance measurement system. Next slide. The wastewater utility performance measures are in 4 categories: customer service, system reliability and optimization, wastewater quality and environment, and safety. In the 2021 application, there were modest shifts in the weighting of performance measures to better align with community expectations. In the 2024 application before you today, the 4 categories the measures fall into are unchanged from the previous application, and there are no changes to the weighting of the 4 categories between each other. Both of those continue to align well with customer priorities, and we haven't heard any customer input about adding additional top-level categories to the measurement program. The measures that are selected within these categories also are different for the wastewater collection and the wastewater treatment utilities based on their different types of activities. The next slide. This slide shows the wide range of subjects covered by the performance scorecard and their placement in each of those 4 categories. Most subjects are continued from the previous application. Others are proposed for updates either due to changes in utility operations or informed by public engagement. New or amended metrics are shown on this slide in boldface. For example, there is an expanded measure for the stormwater rebate program you just heard about, along with the removal of a related green hectares measure from the previous scorecard and the removal of a measure to track the number of blocked sewers. These removals made room for additions that align with the high priority customers placed on quick response times for emergencies and public safety. We added 3 measures that track crew response times to high priority events, reports on stormwater facilities, reports of displaced catch basins or maintenance hole covers, sewer odor reports. Next slide. That closes our overview of the 2025 to 2027 application. On behalf of the presentation panel and the larger team who prepared the plans and the application, we thank you for the opportunity to introduce it, and we'll turn it back to the chair.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you for that very comprehensive presentation. We'll now go to City Administration to provide their review of EPCOR's PBR.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So good morning. We are here today to provide administration's presentation of the reasonableness review of EPCOR's wastewater services PBR application. So joining me today to present and answer your questions is the team that performed the review. From the city side, we have Stephen Chung, who spearheaded the review and is our finance director responsible for utilities and land development. We also engaged the services of Moorview Management Consulting to assist us with our review. Moorview works with other experts and consultants in the field to support their work. I'd like to take some time to introduce them to the committee today, as they will be involved in the PBR process and answering the questions as well. So from Moorview Management Consulting, we have Myron Moore, the owner and president of Moorview Management Consulting. Myron is here in person today and was the lead for the cost of service and rate design and efficiency factor analysis. So he's way at the end over there. Also in person, we have Rob Spackman, the principal consultant from Confluence Advisory. Rob was in charge of the analysis over the performance measures in the PBR application. He's right there. And joining us virtually is Randy Soifer, owner of Randy Soifer Consulting, who is one of our PBR advisors supporting the quality and insurance aspects of the review. So Moorview also worked closely with Grant Thornton, who provided expertise in the cost of capital and return on equity review. From Grant Thornton, we have Angie Brown joining us today in person, and Troy McDonald, who is attending virtually today. Both are partners in the Grant Thornton's advisory services area. So administration will provide an overall summary of the application and provide key findings and recommendations broken out by the categories of cost of service and rate design, cost of capital, efficiency factor, and performance measures. We will close our presentation with the overview of the next steps. Before we get started, fair warning that it's a fairly lengthy presentation as well, probably close to 30 minutes. So I know you've had some lengthy presentations and materials this week, so hopefully we can keep your attention for just a little bit longer. The presentation was purposely drafted in this manner as it's intended to walk you through and summarize the key discussion points from administration's review. We appreciate there was a lot of material for committee members to read through. So hopefully this presentation will focus your attention on the key points. EPCOR's PBR application is for wastewater services for the PBR term 2025 to 2027. Wastewater services includes wastewater treatment and collection services. Wastewater collection is made up of sanitary and stormwater services, formerly known as drainage services. So utility rates being applied for are effective April 1st, 2025 until December 31st, 2027. The PBR term has been intentionally shortened by 3 months from what would have been March 31st, 2028 to December 31st, 2027 to align the PBR term with the calendar year end and align future PBR terms starting in 2028, which are expected to be based on the calendar year from January to December. Once approved, utility rates will be implemented through Bylaw 20865, the EPCOR Wastewater Services Bylaw, which is also included on today's agenda. So I'll skip over the details of this table because EPCOR already kind of talked about what the billing impacts would be. Administration considers EPCOR's PBR application to be overall reasonable. However, has identified a number of key items that require further discussion to determine the appropriateness of the utility rates that are being proposed. As previously mentioned, the key issues are presented with the analysis and recommendations under the interconnected major key categories of cost and service and rate design, cost of capital, efficiency factor, and lastly, performance measures. So the recommendations are broken out by those suggested for implementation for the current PBR term, so for the current 2005-27 term, and those are included in attachment 9 of our report. And then there are those that are suggested in advance of the next PBR application, and those are included in attachment 10. The recommendation in attachment 9 would need to be updated for in the current PBR application before the final wastewater rates are effective on April 1st, 2025. Recommendations are highlighted in such a fashion as administration appreciates that some of them will take more time to implement. This, however, is also balanced with the risk that if certain issues are not addressed now, they could inappropriately impact ratepayers over the PBR term by potentially overcharging or transferring more utility rate risk to the ratepayers. While administration's report proposes a number of recommendations, this presentation will highlight and provide a discussion and recommendations for key major issues in each key category. Details of each recommendation are explained more in the report. I'll now hand it over to Steve.
Thank you, Harm, and good morning. The first key category is cost of service and rates design. Cost of service is in relation to the costs incurred to provide utility services. Rate design is in relation to how utility rates are determined and charged to ratepayers. Overall, the recommendations brought forward by administration look to ensure that cost of service and rate design are implemented in a fair and equitable manner. Key points that the recommendations are intended to support are ensuring that the expenses are appropriately incurred by the utility for the purposes of providing utility services, ensuring that the expenses are appropriately allocated to the customer classes receiving the benefit of the services, as well as ensuring utility rates are appropriately determined and charged in an equitable manner based on cost of service. As such, the risk of not having proper cost of service and rate design is that ratepayers could be potentially charged for costs that are irrelevant, not receive value for the costs incurred, and or be subsidizing other customer classes. Next slide, please. The first major area that administration would like to highlight is customer consumption forecast. Of note is the residential customer class, as the multifamily commercial customer class assumptions appear to be reasonable. As highlighted in the following table, EPCOR has forecasted the average residential customer consumption to be 13.3 cubic meters per month for 2024. This is a 3.8% decrease when compared to 2023 actual results. Over the 2025 to 2027 PBR term, annual reductions of 1.3% are forecasted, resulting in an average residential consumption per month of 13.1 cubic meters in 2025, 12.9 cubic meters in 2026, to a low of 12.8 cubic meters in 2027. A key point is that the reduction being forecast in 2024, as this is the starting point for the PBR term, this reduction is almost 3 times as large as the forecasted reductions from 2025 to 2027 and has a cascading effect over the PBR term. Next slide, please. This is a chart of the average residential consumption per month from 2017 to 2027. The years starting in 2017 to 2023, represented by the blue bars, are actual results. Years 2024 to 2027, represented by the yellow bars, represent forecasts provided by EPCOR. The annual percentage change in consumption is shown as the trend line on the graph. The average consumption has been shown as decreasing from 2017 to 2019 from a high of 14.6 cubic meters in 2017 down to 13.8 cubic meters in 2019. The dramatic increase in average consumption in 2020 and 2021 was due to the impacts of the pandemic. Average residential consumption appears to have then stabilized back to an average residential consumption of 13.8 cubic meters in both 2022 and 2023, similar to 2019 before the pandemic occurred. While administration acknowledges that newer communities may have greater water efficiency performance and a small annual decline in residential consumption may be reasonable, the current proposed annual consumption declines seem over the conservative, specifically the 3.8% reduction from 2023 to 2024. As previously mentioned, this is almost 3 times the reduction compared to the reductions forecast from 2025 to 2027. For example, if a 1.3% decline was instituted for the 2024 forecast instead of 3.8 and maintained over the PBR term, the resulting ending consumption in 2027 would be similar to the starting average consumption of 13.1 in 2025 proposed by EPCOR. This is in comparison to the 12.8 cubic meters currently proposed. For context, if the proposed consumption forecasts are too low, this would transfer the burden of risk-related consumption to the ratepayer. This is because lower forecasted consumption by customers would translate to higher required utility rates to meet the utility's revenue requirement. If actual consumption ends up being higher, the utility would have approved utility rates that would bring in higher revenues over the PBR term than required. Next slide, please. As such, for the current PBR term, administration has 3 recommendations related to customer consumption forecasts. The first recommendation is for EPCOR to provide specific analysis to support the decline of average annual residential consumption of 1.3%, specifically addressing the reasonableness given average consumption since 2019. If the analysis is not deemed satisfactory, then it is recommended that EPCOR calculate a revised reasonable trend estimate for the term. The second recommendation is for EPCOR to calculate a revised and reasonable starting forecast for 2024. This is key given the almost 3 times difference reduction from 23 to 24 as described earlier. The third recommendation is for EPCOR to recalculate utility rates over the term given the changes as a result of the first 2 recommendations. Next slide, please. In advance of the next PBR application, administration has 2 recommendations. The first is for EPCOR to review and revise where appropriate the statistical analysis used to forecast future average consumption trends, factor in current customer usage trends. The second is for EPCOR to factor in differences in residential and multifamily indoor usage relative to outdoor irrigation usage trends. This is to ensure that consumption usage is properly monitored between type of use and appropriately applied when forecasting future consumption demand. Next slide, please. The second major area that administration would like to highlight is historical financial results. The main issue is that only actual financial results for 2022 were provided by EPCOR. Best practice for PBR applications generally provides more years of financial results, for example, 4 years, as this is key in helping the regulator determine if forecasted costs are reasonable and trending appropriately. Administration acknowledges that EPCOR has indicated difficulty providing historical actual results due to a recent organizational restructuring. However, relying solely on 1 year of financial actuals in 2022 as a basis for future projections poses a challenge for regulators to assess the appropriateness of future forecasts. Next slide, please. As such, in advance of the next PBR application, administration recommends that EPCOR ensures that the minimum amount of historical actual results provided for future PBR applications are met as per EPCOR's existing minimum filing requirements. The third major area that administration wishes to highlight is related to the depreciation study. EPCOR's consultant, through a comprehensive study of wastewater services assets, recommended that the average service life be reduced to 23.4 years from 25.6 years for wastewater treatment, and to 40 years from 42.6 years for wastewater collection. As EPCOR proposes to use the new depreciation schedules for new assets starting in 2025, this reduction in service life will result in an increase in depreciation expense over the PBR term and beyond, and set a precedent for future PBR applications. Through review, it was determined that the depreciation study lacked benchmarking data, including asset lifespans, providing comparisons against other utility organizations as per traditional best practice standards. As the PBR term is from 25 to 2027, approval of the study before additional benchmarking is performed could potentially overcharge utility customers over the term and into the future. While administration acknowledges that the impact of this change may be relatively small in the short term, it is typical and reasonable that a review of this nature be accompanied by comparison of benchmarking data from comparable utilities before a change in methodology is implemented, given the potential long-term effects on ratepayers. Next slide, please. As such, for the current PBR term, administration has two recommendations. The first is for EPCOR to conduct a benchmarking study comparing the results of the depreciation study to asset lifetimes used by comparable wastewater and stormwater utilities in Canada and the United States. The second recommendation is for EPCOR to calculate utility rates for the PBR term using existing asset lifetimes and depreciation schedules for comparison purposes to get a better understanding of the impact to utility ratepayers. In advance of the next PBR, administration recommends that EPCOR update the PBR minimum filing requirements to include benchmarking data versus comparable water, wastewater, and stormwater utilities across Canada and the United States for completing depreciation studies in the future. Next slide, please. The next key area is cost of service methodology. Administration acknowledges that EPCOR can engage a consultant to conduct a cost of service analysis for wastewater treatment and collection. This analysis aligned with generally accepted wastewater rate setting methodologies and principles associated with industry standards, as the study appears to leverage the principles suggested by the Water Environment Federation. However, while administration acknowledges that defining customer classes is challenging for wastewater systems, it was found that the cost service study did not provide specific information regarding certain typical considerations for wastewater treatment and collection systems. This could potentially result in subsidization of costs between customer classes. As such, in advance of the next PBR application, administration recommends that EPCOR address the following identified cost of service issues to better align with leading practices as it relates to cost of service methodology. The first issue was that wastewater return factors were not calculated for each of the residential, multifamily, and commercial customer classes. This calculates the percentage of billed water which returns to the sanitary system per customer class and helps in determining if costs are allocated appropriately. The second issue is the wastewater treatment cost of service does not appear to include or distribute cost of service to hauled wastewater customers. Without the inclusion of this unique customer class, an evaluation of the impact to other customer classes is not possible. In addition, it would be expected that some of the wastewater treatment costs incurred to support treatment of pollutant strengths and internal plant wastewater volumes should be allocated to this class. In addition, the wastewater collection cost of service did not define the cost of service required for the University of Alberta, which operates its own collection mains. EPCOR currently uses as a historical discount factor. The next issue is that wastewater treatment and collection cost of service did not analyze the differences in transmission and treatment costs involved with Arrow's wastewater swaps. It was indicated that the strength of wastewater is not sampled for either incoming wastewater received by EPCOR nor outflowing wastewater transmitted to Arrow. fourth issue is that the impacts of infiltration were not considered in detail, other than high-level allocations to customer classes based on the billed water consumption. More typical analysis considers how inflow and infiltration should be allocated between inside city retail wastewater collection customers versus wholesale customers, to inside city customers based on the number of connections versus discharged water volumes, as well as how strengths of contaminants within the inflow and infiltration treated by the treatment plant are allocated customer classes. There was only a high level of analysis of operating costs regarding how they should be allocated to cost drivers. And lastly, one of the primary outputs of a cost of service report is the supporting rationale for how costs are functionalized, allocated into cost drivers, and distributed across customer classes. The rationale provided to allocate professional costs to cost drivers was only high level and did not detail the rationale used per function or asset type. Without this detail, it is not possible to review allocation methods or cost allocation calculations. Next. The final key area is in regards to billing comparisons. EPCOR provided monthly billing projections for 2025 and 2027 compared to select Canadian jurisdictions. However, comparing monthly bills across jurisdictions may not accurately reflect cost efficiencies, as utilities have unique circumstances such as customer count, infrastructure density, urban versus rural conditions, service levels, infrastructure age, rate objectives, and weather. The review of EPCOR's billing comparisons emphasizes the need for separate assessments of wastewater and stormwater rates and a focus on comparable utilities. Regulators typically assess wastewater and stormwater rates separately due to their distinct services. Additionally, it is beneficial for regulators to evaluate bills across the most comparable utilities, excluding significantly smaller, less dense, and rural municipal utilities. For example, the analysis revealed that Edmonton is near the top compared to other selected cities in Canada in regards to residential monthly wastewater billing, with Winnipeg being the only city projected higher than Edmonton. For residential monthly stormwater billing, Edmonton is expected to be higher than all others. That said, administration does acknowledge that cautious interpretation is necessary when comparing customer billing between cities, as there can be many variables that are unique to each municipality. This potential uniqueness reinforces the need for utility management to assess those differences as mentioned above and be willing to analyze opportunities for improving future efficiencies, service levels, and value for money if their rates are demonstrably larger than their peers. As such, in advance of the next PBR application, administration has 3 recommendations. The first is for EPCOR to develop rate benchmarking reports separately for water, wastewater, and stormwater. Improvements in EPCOR billing comparisons analysis are also suggested, including separating wastewater and stormwater rates to better represent appropriate utility rates based on the services provided. The second recommendation is for EPCOR to review and update the jurisdictional peer group used for the purposes of comparing utility rates, focusing on similarly sized cities with their own water and wastewater treatment plants. Also, EPCOR should further evaluate unusual abnormalities across its peer group based on unique billing structures. The third recommendation is for EPCOR to analyze stormwater utility rates due to stormwater residential bills across the PBR term being projected to be larger than other jurisdictions, and identify opportunities to continue to find efficiencies to ensure ratepayers be provided increased value for money relative to other jurisdictions. The second key category is cost of capital. A utility's cost of capital is the weighted average cost of debt and equity to finance its utility capital investments. The cost of debt reflects the overall debt rate to raise capital using traditional debt facilities. The cost of equity represents the return required for a company to proceed with a project/capital investment. Overall, all the recommendations brought forward by administration generally look to ensure the utility's cost of capital is fair based on their business risk, economic conditions, and true cost of financing associated with providing utility services to ratepayers. Key points that the recommendations are intended to support are ensuring that the utility's allowed return on equity reflects the business risk and economic conditions associated with providing services, as well as ensuring that utilities' allowed return on debt reflects the true cost of raising funds through debt financing. In general, EPCOR's current financial structure, based on allowed financing through 60% debt and 40% equity, is considered reasonable. This, however, should be reevaluated regularly during future PBR applications to ensure it remains appropriate. The proportion of equity financing is also commonly referred to as equity thickness. Overall, the potential risk of the utility ratepayer, if an appropriate cost cap was allowed, is that the utility's business risk would be inappropriately transferred to the ratepayer from the utility. This would be as a result of being potentially overcharged by allowing cost capital rates higher than required to provide utility services. As well, while administration acknowledges that proposed cost of debt does not necessarily seem unreasonable, there is some concern that the rationale provided is a general statement that business risk has not changed, as this does not follow business practice. There is also some concern that considering this rationale to be acceptable would set a precedent into the future that would provide the level of transparency required to allow the regulator to assess this issue appropriately. This issue is addressed in a recommendation in advance of the next PBR application and administration's report. The key issue in regards to cost of capital is the cost of equity. From a utility perspective, the cost of equity or return on equity is the amount of return the utility is allowed to earn on their invested capital, or rate base, and in general is the main driver for the amount of profit a utility earns. Return on equity for utilities is essentially based on the business risk that a utility has based on the service it provides and the environment that the utility operates in. EPCOR has proposed an ROE of 10.8% for both wastewater treatment and collection. It is also noted that the proposed ROE of 10.8% is only proposed immediately for wastewater treatment. The ROE for wastewater collection is being proposed to continue to gradually increase to 10.8% over the PBR term, starting at 9% in 2025, to 9.9% in 2026, and to a full 10.8% by 2027. This approach is reasonable as EPCOR still continues to integrate wastewater collection to their overall EPCOR water services operations in anticipation of a consolidated PBR application for 2028. To determine the proposed ROE, EPCOR engaged an external consultant who compared the utility to a proxy group of water utilities in Canada and the United States. EPCOR's consultant also assigned more weight to the results based on the U.S. water utility proxy group, as it determined these utilities better represented the operational risk faced by water utilities. The Alberta Utilities Commission, or AUC, notes that U.S. companies have higher business risks than Alberta utilities. Judgment must be applied when interpreting data from proxy utilities and determining appropriate ROE, as comparison against companies in the U.S. must fully factor all the inherent differences, such as but not limited to services delivered, economic factors, and regional/environmental conditions and standards. Next slide, please. In determining the proposed ROE, EPCOR's consultant also utilized a variety of traditional calculation methodologies. These methods included the discounted cash flow, risk premium model, as well as the capital asset pricing model. However, the calculation also included a variation of the capital asset pricing module called the Empirical Capital Asset Pricing Model, or ECAPM. Upon review, it was determined that no recent Canadian regulatory decision have been identified where this method was accepted in the calculation of ROE. Implementing these methods resulted in EPCOR's consultant recommending an ROE range between 10.5% to 12.2%. To further break down EPCOR's proposed ROE, the following chart has been included comparing the ROE approved in the last PBR to the proposed ROE in the current PBR application. As shown, EPCOR is proposing to increase the ROE from 9.89% to 10.8%, a 0.091 increase. In comparison, the AUC has increased their approved ROE for utilities that they regulate from 8.5% to 9.28%, an increase of 0.78%. In the prior PBR application, the difference between the AUC approved ROE compared to EPCOR's approved ROE, or risk spread, was 1.39%. This is to reflect that EPCOR's business is considered riskier than AUC regulated utilities. With the current proposed ROE, the risk spread has increased to 1.52%, an increase of 0.13%. Based on a review, no additional risks or considerations have been identified by EPCOR that warrants this increase. In addition, in evaluating the ROE, the financial structure needs to be considered. The AUC approved ROE is supplemented by an approved capital structure including a 37% equity component or equity thickness. EPCOR's approved equity thickness is 40%, meaning effectively, EPCOR already has a higher allowable return in isolation compared to AUC regulated utilities, notwithstanding the approved ROE and risk spread. Sorry, I'm just trying to it is also noted that it appears that EPCOR has not considered the varying risk profiles of water, wastewater treatment, and wastewater collection, given the differences in risk of providing each service. While it is agreed that some of EPCOR's services have a higher level of risk than reflected in the AUC-approved ROE, the risk is not consistent across all services. For example, because water is a consumable product, water services would carry a higher risk than wastewater treatment or wastewater collection. Since water has a higher risk profile, it would be reasonable to consider applying a lower ROE to wastewater treatment and wastewater collection in comparison to the ROE for water. Additionally, it is also noted that EPCOR will be looking to address the issue of unbilled stormwater customers in this current PBR term. As the impact of this is not fully known and will be determined over the proposed PBR, the financial impact is not currently included in the PBR application. As a result, EPCOR will likely collect stormwater revenue greater than the forecasted, and therefore the proposed utility rates will be higher than required, which would further reduce EPCOR's business risk. Next slide, please. As such, for the current PBR term, administration has the following recommendations related to return on equity. As identified in prior slides, it has been noted that there is no identified risks to support an increase in the risk spread from 1.39% to 1.52%. As such, administration is recommending that EPCOR's proposed ROE be adjusted to maintain the previously approved risk spread of 1.39%. This effectively results in a recommended ROE of 10.6.7%. This is based on a current approved AUC ROE of 9.28 plus the risk spread of 1.39. To support this rationale, please see the included table in the slide. As noted in prior slides, the usage of a non-traditional calculation method of ECAPM is not deemed reasonable. It is recommended that the ECAPM methodology be removed when determining the ROE, which will reduce the proposed ROE by 0.09%, resulting in an adjusted ROE of 10.71%. A further reduction of 0.04% is also recommended to align with the previously approved risk spread and EPCOR having a higher equity thickness compared to the AUC-regulated companies. It is also further recommended to further reduce the ROE to 10.49% from 10.6% to reflect the unique weighted average of business risk for wastewater treatment and collection. This is to factor in the lower business risk related to wastewater treatment and wastewater collection compared to water. As such, the recommended ROE of 10.49% is considered reasonable when considering this, along with the potential lower business risk related to unknown impact of future unbilled stormwater customers. It should also be noted that 10.49% is also comparable to the lower end of EPCOR's proposed ROE range at 10.50% to 12.2%, and aligns with the recommended ROE per administration's consultants. In addition, proxy group comparisons, of which the proposed ROE range is based on, were also more heavily weighted with U.S. companies, which inherently have higher risk profiles, as noted by the AUC. This further supports the recommended ROE to be near the lower end of EPCOR's proposed range. Next slide, please. As such, administration is recommending the proposed ROE to be adjusted to 10.49% from 10.8% and reflect the impact of this change in updated utility rates. In addition, it is also recommended that EPCOR continue with the proposed ROE ramp-up approach for wastewater collection across the PBR term, with the adjusted ROE calculation of 10.49% above as the endpoint. A proposed ramp-up with increases being equally distributed over the PBR term is shown, with an ROE of 8.65 in 2025, 9.57 in 2026, and 10.49 in 2027. Next slide, please. The third key category is efficiency factor. The efficiency factor recognizes that as a business grows, it should become more efficient and incentivizes EPCOR to find efficiencies in its operations. EPCOR has proposed an efficiency factor of 0.25% for wastewater treatment and wastewater collection, which is the same as the previous PBR term. Administration considers the efficiency factor of 0.25 to be appropriate given historical performance and maturity of the service line. Integration of wastewater collection as part of the One Water approach, however, is still ongoing, with full integration expected in 2028 as part of the consolidated PBR application. Examples of this include, but are not limited to, EPCOR only being able to provide one-year financial actuals for 2022 due to recent organizational restructuring, EPCOR having yet to analyze or create comprehensive rates across wastewater and stormwater. The rate structures proposed in the 25 to 27 PBR are identical to those assumed when taking over assets and operations from the city. This indicates that EPCOR is still in the process of potentially integrating and managing the utilities financials. Furthermore, additional cost service details must be addressed to develop a holistic set of rates across the utilities for 2028. Next slide, please. In addition, other items that need to be considered when discussing the efficiency factor are that the proposed utility rates from the PBR for existing stormwater customers are likely higher than required due to EPCOR's plan to reduce additional stormwater-only customer billing counts over the PBR term. Secondly, wastewater collection's operating cost structure has a higher allocation of shared services and corporate shared services costs compared to wastewater treatment. This suggests potential opportunities to review and further enhance administration efficiencies. Third, the consistent exceedance of multiple performance standards also suggests that while EPCOR has consistently met existing standards, they may also have incurred incremental costs to do so. This potentially indicates a need for further integration of wastewater collection and a comprehensive understanding of the incremental capital and operating cost investments required to attain additional performance levels. And finally, based on the jurisdictional billing comparison analysis, it is predicted that EPCOR will have higher than average utility rates, especially for stormwater. EPCOR's ongoing efforts to integrate wastewater collection into its One Water approach have identified opportunities for further development and planning over the PBR term and presents a significant opportunity for efficiency improvements. EPCOR has also noted that further efficiencies in this area are highly likely given references to industry-leading practices. Next slide. These combined factors indicate that there are potentially efficiencies yet to be still realized. As such, there is a rationale to increase the efficiency factor for the wastewater collection until EPCOR can demonstrate through regular performance reporting and implementing many of the recommendations in this PBR review that the integration is complete and operational efficiency have been realized. As such, for the current PBR term, administration is recommending to increase the efficiency factor for wastewater collection to 0.5% from 0.25 over the PBR term while integration towards One Water continues. In advance of next PBR, it is also recommended that EPCOR provide updated analysis regarding capital and operating efficiencies gained through the One Water integration over the PBR term. This will support the future evaluation of the efficiency factor in advance of the 2028 PBR application. The final key category is performance measures. A comprehensive performance measurement framework is included as part of the PBR process to define the critical areas of operational performance that must be met by EPCOR to deliver safe and reliable utility services. Overall, the recommendations brought forward by administration generally look to ensure performance measures are effective, efficient, track the appropriate targets, and help encourage desired behavior. Key points that the recommendations are intended to support are ensuring that appropriate service levels are determined and consequently determine appropriate levels of spending to address those levels. Not properly understanding these levels can potentially cause the utility to strive for results that are not desired, do not align with meeting long-term objectives, or results in costs that are not required. As well, ensuring that performance measures targets are appropriate to support the achievement of desired service levels. Improper performance measures targets can lead to achieving targets that are not aligned with the desired service levels. And thirdly, ensuring that the proper processes and tools are in place to properly monitor progress in achieving performance measures and targets. Without proper processes or tools in place, it can be difficult to determine if performance measures or targets are actually being met and or progress is being made to achieve improvements or efficiencies. As such, the risk to the utility ratepayer is that if these performance methodology and processes are not in place, is that there could be potentially a misalignment between the utility's operational processes and strategic performance measures, making it difficult to assess if the utility is providing value to the ratepayer relative to the cost. As mentioned previously, a complete listing of recommendations are included in attachments 9 and 10, along with more detailed discussion within administration's report. One area, however, that administration would like to discuss in more detail, along with the associated recommendations in this presentation, is the role of the regulator in establishing performance measures. This area is key as it is foundational to the achievement of the key points highlighted in the previous slide. The current process for establishing performance measures is based on EPCOR proposing a suite of performance measures and standards to the Utility Committee for review. In other regulatory settings, the regulator generally takes a lead role in establishing the performance measures and methodology. Establishing an appropriate performance measure methodology, process, and the resulting performance measures help support the determination of more appropriate service levels. This helps set the framework on the associated level of business risk, how much should be spent in delivering services, and therefore more appropriate utility rate setting. While administration acknowledges that EPCOR is a technical expert given the role as a utility operator, there's an opportunity for the regulator to potentially have greater influence in the establishment of the performance measure process methodology. This will help ensure there's a more transparent and strategic conversation between the regulator and utility on the best way to approach this issue, and is considered best practice. This will also allow the regulator to be able to direct and participate in the regulatory process in a more effective manner, and potentially aid in ensuring that customers are more effectively receiving value for the costs they pay for utilities services. This is further reinforced given the capital-intensive requirements of EPCOR's operations, as this will be a major component of resulting utility rates. Next slide, please. As such, in advance of the next PBR application, Administration recommends Utility Committee, with the support of Administration, review the regulatory process for establishing and directing performance measures, including determining the roles of the parties involved, i.e. Utility Committee, Administration, or EPCOR, while factoring leading practice considerations for applicable regulatory agencies. This includes, but is not limited to, regulatory organizations such as the Alberta Utilities Commission, or OFWA, the Water Services Regulatory Authority based in England. Of note, the defining of roles by the regulator will also help determine the party responsible for addressing a number of the recommendations highlighted in Administration's report, where it is stated that either EPCOR or Utility Committee would be responsible for implementation based on the results of this recommendation. As well, the planned consolidation of EPCOR's PBR provides an opportunity to review and align the performance measure process methodology to strategic objectives and operational processes. I will now pass over to Harm for closing comments.
Thanks, Steve. Next steps for the PBR review process is for Utility Committee to consider Administration's recommendations related to the current PBR term, as noted in Attachment 9, and those implemented in advance of the next PBR application in 2028, as noted in Attachment 10. So after today's meeting, based on Utility Committee direction, EPCOR will return to the future Utility Committee meeting with the PBR compliance filing. The compliance filing will incorporate the recommendations for updates to the 2025-2027 PBR application approved by Utility Committee today. Bylaw 20865, which includes the proposed rate changes, will also be brought back to Utility Committee, updated for the rates proposed in the compliance filing for review. At that future Utility Committee date, if Committee recommends to City Council to approve the bylaw, at a subsequent City Council meeting, Bylaw 20865 will be given all 3 readings by Council, formally approving the new wastewater treatment and collection rates effective April 1st, 2025. After today's meeting, EPCOR and Administration will work together to develop timelines for future Utility Committee and City Council meetings to complete the PBR process. The length of time for EPCOR to develop a compliance filing will be based on the extent of work required to update for recommendations approved by Committee today. Subsequent dates for both Utility Committee and City Council meetings will need to happen before April 1st, 2025, when the new rates are to be effective. So thanks for your time and attention, and now I'll pass it over to the Utility Advisor.
Thank you. So, yes, that moves us to the next item, which is Mr. Beckett's comments and report on EPCOR's filing.
Fair warning, my presentation will be much less than 30 minutes. Next slide, please. In my report, I provided the following observations. The first item deals with efficiencies gained through the PBR process. As has been discussed earlier, it's very important that efficiencies gained in a prior PBR period reflect on forecast costs for the upcoming PBR period. EPCOR did provide some information on this, but I had to issue an information request to get additional detail on this particular area, and I suggest that EPCOR needs to be more proactive in providing that information. My second bullet deals with a pet peeve of mine. I guess you'd call it a pet peeve. EPCOR seems to have adopted the strategy of if you say it often enough, people will start to believe it. And that deals with the use of the words stable and predictable for the rates that arise from their PBR filing. As I indicated in my report, the rates are not stable because they change on a year-to-year basis. And they're not necessarily predictable because of potential adjustments from non-routine adjustments. The third point really stems from my last comments. I don't believe that the public consultation gave customers a fair opportunity to explore trade-offs between costs and variability of rates. And I'll have some questions for EPCOR when we get to the time for questions. The next point is return on equity. There are very few, if any, instances where a competent regulator accepts the recommended return on equity provided by a consultant who works only for utilities. My report shows that this consultant recommends return of equity amounts that are, on average, 1.1% higher than approved. The fifth bullet contains a recommendation that utility committee provide a directive to EPCOR to improve the quality and format of their business cases. I've had this discussion with EPCOR in previous applications, and I think EPCOR understands the utility advisor's expectations around business cases, but those expectations were not met in this particular application. And my final one is more administrative than anything else, but there's a large number of people who review these applications, and it would be very helpful and improve efficiency overall if the application was complete in one place, rather than containing references to other documents that support the application itself. I'll quickly summarize the items of agreement, the items of disagreement, and the items not addressed. Next slide, please. Until about 5 minutes ago, I thought there was agreement on efficiency factor, but it appears that the city report is recommending something different than what EPCOR has proposed. I believe EPCOR has agreed to proposed suggestions around the consumption forecast, cost of equity, performance measurements, and wastewater treatment, biosolids management. Next slide, please. I won't spend a lot of time on this particular slide because most of the areas of disagreement are not of my doing. They arise from the city administration report. But I do think that we need to provide some directive. You, the utility committee, need to provide some directive to EPCOR around public consultation. And as I said, the other items are essentially have been dealt with by the city administration report. Next slide, please. In my report, I provided certain recommendations that were not addressed in EPCOR's rebuttal evidence. And that I've spoken to those. That's identification of operating, maintenance, and capital efficiencies achieved in prior PBR periods, misleading use of the terms stable and predictable, improvements to future business cases, and filing a complete application. So where does this leave utility committee? You've got a number of suggestions and recommendations before you. One option for you would be to accept all the areas of agreement, to create a deferral account for unforecast stormwater revenue, to direct EPCOR to clear deferral accounts on an annual basis rather than at the start of the next PBR period. And you're going to have to make a decision at some point on the efficiency factor recommendation from the city. I didn't delve into that in any detail because I knew the city was going to do that, but that is a decision that will affect the revenue requirement. Then, once you've made those decisions, you could provide a forum to develop regulator directives to provide to EPCOR for their next PBR application. Because a lot of what you've seen and heard in the last few minutes have been suggestions for directives. And I support that approach. That's a typical regulatory approach where the regulator decides they want future applications to have improved openness and disclosure around certain items or require additional work on behalf of the applicant. And with that, I'm done.
Mr. Beckett, were there any further questions? You made reference to a question period, but that would be now. So if you have further questions to offer, then we would take them from you now.
Okay, I have questions for EPCOR.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, we'll get your questions on the record, and then we're not going to get into a back and forth right now, but EPCOR is next up with their response to the reviews. But if you get your questions on the record now, then we will have all of the information in front of us.
So you want me to ask the questions but not wait for an answer?
Correct.
Okay. That's not a format that I'm familiar with, but I can handle it. So EPCOR, in your rebuttal evidence, you did not address some of my observations. Does this mean that you agree with them? Next question. Although you agree with the recommendations to reduce the applied for return on equity, you take a strong position on the issue of different returns on equity for wastewater collection and wastewater treatment compared to water. If water was a part of this particular application, would you be satisfied with the same rate of return proposed by your return on equity expert? Question number 3. Did your return on equity expert review and comment on the utility advisor's analysis of his prior return on equity recommendations compared to the return of equity awarded, which concluded that the regulators typically reduce his recommendations by 1.1% on average? Question number 4. You respectfully disagreed with the utility advisor's review of your public consultation. The reference is item 3.1 in your rebuttal report. Did the consultant who helped you prepare the consultation questions prepare or review this response? That's part 1 of the question. Part 2 is, if I asked an EWS customer if they would prefer lower rates with some volatility or higher rates with less volatility, would you consider this question as difficult to understand? Part 3 of this question is, do you believe that non-routine rate adjustments create rate instability? Part 4 of this question is, if a deferral account is in place during a PBR period, would EWS see any problems with clearing such an account on an annual basis? And my last question is there any market for treated wastewater other than discharge to the river, such as enhanced oil and gas recovery or hydrogen production? Thank you.
Thank you. So next up, we will have EPCOR's response to the various PBR reports. So we'll turn it back over to EPCOR.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. So we've prepared a short presentation here to respond to the various issues identified in the administration's report. And to the best of our abilities, we'll try to address some of the other themes that came out of the discussion here this morning. But if you go on to the next slide, we'll start by just talking about the timeline. So as we all know, we're working through the application, the review, and our response. But I just wanted to clarify that it's going to take some time for us to make the approved rate changes in our billing system. So we really need this application approved by the end of this year or so, or early next year, as we work through all the various pieces in the council readings, et cetera, so we can make all the changes in our billing system and ensure that customers have accurate bills going forward. So Yes, they do come into effect April 1st, but it does take some time to reflect the proper changes in the billing system. So with that, if we go on to the next slide, just want to start by saying there is broad agreement with a number of different recommendations from the EPCOR side. They are conveniently summarized in administration's attachment 9, which is included in the materials of this meeting. I would characterize, I guess, all the recommendations that came back from the independent review in 4 categories. So there's ones that EPCOR agrees with, and we're going to go through these in a little detail here. There are some that we do not agree with, and we'll explain our rationale why we think that we would not advise the Utility Committee to approve those or direct those. There is a third class that is basically information requests that asked us to provide more context to why we put something in our application. We have responded to all of those. And then there is a fourth class that is recommendations that are applicable or should be applicable to the future PBR, and in particular the integrated PBR. And we acknowledge and accept those recommendations and appreciate the consultants and city's review and utility advisors' review of those. So with that, then, I will turn it over to Sakib Chaudhary and then Martin Kennedy to just walk through all the various areas that are outlined in Attachment 9 and our position on them. Thank you.
Thanks, Frank. Next slide, please. So it should be on slide 4. So this slide groups and summarizes the recommendations for which EPCOR has provided additional information, and also groups and summarizes the recommendations for EPCOR suggests no changes be made to the application. On the left-hand side of the slide, we've summarized the items for which we have filed additional information to address the recommendations from City Admin. So just to summarize, the 4 items include, excuse me, the recommendation for additional information on the rate impacts of the implementation of the depreciation study which EPCOR had conducted. Secondly, a recommendation for EPCOR to provide additional background on our residential consumption forecast, and we'll get into more detail on these in the subsequent slides. Third, a recommendation for EPCOR to provide additional information on the cost of debt. And finally, a recommendation for EPCOR to provide additional information on how the performance measures framework provides a balanced view of EPCOR Water Services' overall performance and how the proposed suite of performance measures reflect customer priorities. On the right-hand side of the slide, we've summarized the items for which EPCOR recommends no changes should be made to the PBR application, and we'll discuss these in more detail in a later slide. And they are the recommendation to conduct a benchmarking depreciation study to incorporate in the current PBR application, reclassification of 2 performance measures from the Reliability Index to the Customer Services Index. Third, the proposed change to the flood inspection measure, and finally, a proposed addition to the Reliability Index. Next slide, please. So this slide summarizes the recommendations for which EPCOR supports Utility Committee directing amendments to the PBR application, which EPCOR would reflect in the compliance filing. So first, EPCOR proposes to provide a listing of software as a service projects that would be capitalized during the PBR term as part of our compliance filing. Secondly, an adjustment to the proposed ROE for wastewater treatment to reflect an ROE between the recommended range of 10.5 to 10.8. Third, an adjustment for the proposed ROE for wastewater collections to reflect an ROE between the recommended range of 10.5 to 10.8% for 2027. Fourth, an adjustment to the efficiency factor from 0.5 to 0.25% for wastewater collection. And finally, an amendment to the biosolids performance measure to reflect a ratio of biosolids deposited versus biosolids removed. So for ease of reviewing the recommendations on an individual basis and consistently with the format that was laid out in Attachment 9 of the City report, the next set of slides will address each recommendation individually. Next slide, please. So slide 6. So 2 recommendations were made with respect to the depreciation study. So EPCOR does not agree with recommendation 1A, as in EPCOR's view there is limited benefit to conducting a benchmarking study to further inform EPCOR's depreciation lives. EPCOR has conducted a depreciation study as part of our application using an external consultant who would have utilized both their past experience as well as their knowledge specific to EPCOR assets to suggest appropriate depreciation lives. Incurring further costs to perform a benchmarking study to inform rates for the upcoming PBR term is an additional unnecessary cost which would not result in any significant impact to the revenue requirement due to the long-lived nature of EPCOR's assets. Furthermore, the necessary work to complete a benchmarking study using data from other municipalities could not reasonably be completed in the time frame necessary to approve rates for 2025. The second recommendation related to depreciation was for EPCOR to provide a rate impact of the implementation of the changes proposed. We've done so in our response, and if no changes were made to EPCOR's depreciation rates as suggested in the depreciation study that was conducted, the average monthly residential bill would decrease by 10 cents a month in 2025, 22 cents per month in 2026, and 33 cents in 2027. EPCOR's view is that the recommended changes from the depreciation study should be reflected in the applied for rates. Next slide, please. Turning to the capitalization of software costs. So recommendation 2A was for EPCOR to provide a business case to support the proposed expenditures associated with software as a service IT projects. EPCOR is amenable to providing additional information on these projects in its compliance filing for information purposes. However, EPCOR notes that the total of $13 million reflects a number of distinct projects, none of which meet the threshold for a business case under the minimum filing requirements. Next slide. This relates to the consumption forecast. So recommendations 3A, B, and C recommended EPCOR to provide additional support for the 1.3% decline in residential consumption per customer over the PBR term. In EPCOR's view, we fully addressed this recommendation in our filed report, and we've demonstrated the reasonability of the forecast. As such, it's EPCOR's view that no further adjustments are required to EPCOR's forecast consumption. Next slide, please. Recommendations 10A, B, and C relate to proposed changes to the ROE. EPCOR agrees with the recommendation in part. As indicated in our earlier presentation, EPCOR's expert recommended that an appropriate ROE will fall between a range of 10.5 to 12.2%. As such, any value within this range would meet the fair return standard. EPCOR notes that the midpoint between EPCOR's application and the city's recommendation is 10.65%. Consistent with what has been reflected in EPCOR's application, EPCOR agrees to continue to reflect the ramp-up in the ROE in the wastewater collection utility as proposed in its application. Next slide, please. To summarize the various recommendations on ROE, EPCOR's proposed an ROE of 10.8 in our application with a ramp-up for the wastewater collection. City admin has suggested an ROE of 10.49. Utility advisors suggested an ROE of 10.5. And Moorview has suggested an ROE of 10.67. So we just lay this out just to make it to provide clarity in terms of the range of the suggestions. And as I'd mentioned in the previous slide, anything within the range would be acceptable to EPCOR to reflect in our compliance filing. Next slide, please. Cost of debt. Recommendation 11A relates to the cost of debt. This recommendation was for EPCOR to provide additional information on the cost of debt forecast. EPCOR has responded to this recommendation in our filed report. EPCOR has confirmed that there have been no changes in how the cost of debt is forecasted, and as EPCOR Water Services and EPCOR Utilities Inc. have the same credit rating, there is no difference in the forecast cost of debt. EPCOR considers this recommendation as being fully addressed. Next slide, please. Slide 12. Recommendation 13A relates to the efficiency factor for wastewater collection. EPCOR's application reflected an efficiency factor of 0.25% for both the wastewater treatment and collection utility. The recommendation is to continue to reflect a 0.5 efficiency factor for wastewater collection. EPCOR agrees with this recommendation. I'll now turn it over to Martin to discuss our responses to the recommendations related to performance measures and wrap up our presentation.
Thank you. If we proceed to the next slide, in addition to amending the return on equity and the efficiency factor, the administration report included a number of information requests and considerations with respect to performance measures. Recommendations 15A and B in administration's report asked for additional background on the performance measures program, and we supplied that information at pages 10 to 14 of our response report, which is attachment 1 to item 7.3. Recommendation 16A in administration's report recommended that 2 of the proposed measures be moved. from the reliability index to the customer service index. In our response report, we did note that 3 new measures have been added to the customer service index, and our view is moving 2 more into the customer service index would leave the categories unbalanced. So we recommend leaving those where they are, but it wouldn't be a material change if you directed otherwise. The next slide, recommendation 17A in administration's report proposed removing flood inspection completions and replacing it with a measure of the number of customers who actually make flood improvements to their property after an inspection. With respect, we recommend keeping the performance measure focused on outcomes that are within the utility's control, that we can guarantee in our work. A customer's individual decision to implement the recommendation from a flood inspection isn't something we can control, although we obviously agree that it is important people make these changes. Recommendation 17B asked us to consider adding measures to the reliability index to reflect the positive impacts of our investments in infrastructure, and specifically noted the removal of the infrastructure condition rating from the metric system. We have considered this very carefully, and I draw your attention to how measures in both the customer and reliability indexes are actually closely related to system and infrastructure performance already, and impacts that they can have on the customer experience. So, for example, the index includes a metric tied to the number of customer calls related to the overall health of the system and the speed of response to operational upsets and emergencies. Specific to the infrastructure condition rating, the measure tends to be very static over time. The data changes not very much from year to year, and in our view, it would be more helpful to focus the measure system on performance that has greater potential for variability and impacting the customer. The next slide, there were also recommendations for changes on measures that we very much agree with administration's views. In recommendation 18A, administration proposed we evaluate changes to the odor monitoring metric at Gold Bar. We agree and will conduct an evaluation to inform changes in the next PBR application. In recommendation 19A, administration proposed the biosolids measure be changed and return to being based on a ratio of biosolids beneficially reused to the total amount produced. We agree and recommend this change be directed in Utility Committee's motion. The next slide. In closing, we support Utility Committee directing a number of amendments to the PBR application before it proceeds to the compliance, filing, and bylaw approval. Specifically, again, we summarize our support for Utility Committee directing amendments that we file information in support of cloud-based software projects, update the return on equity for both utilities within the range recommended by the expert consultant and supported by administration, increase the efficiency factor for wastewater collection to 0.5% from 0.25%, and amend the biosolids performance measure to be a ratio. With that summary of potential amendments, we will close our response presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your comprehensive presentations and all of the information provided. It's a lot to absorb, and so we thank you for that. Maybe just by way of goal setting, first of all, we're presented with a timeline question, and so I heard EPCOR say that while these rates would come into effect April 1st, there's some time required to adjust billing systems, et cetera, ahead of time to allow those increases to be, or those new rates to be implemented. And so there's a bit of a time consideration here to complete a compliance filing and amend the bylaw to allow that work to happen. There's also, not to be too process-driven about it, but there's 2 more utility meetings, committee meetings in this year, and then nothing scheduled for next year yet. So if we're not getting back to it this year, we're not quite sure when we get back to it next year. So I offer that. There's sort of 2 categories of recommendations here. One is, what's required for this rate filing to get it completed, and then what should come with the next rate filing. And so I don't know if there's, if we separate the 2 conversations necessarily. It may be that, the recommendations on the next rate filing can be discussed today, but if necessary, continue on another day or at a later meeting. And those directions given to EPCOR. I seek advice on that, actually, if that's the case. If we're directing what comes forward in the next PBR, does that need to be contained within the approval of this one? Or can that conversation be separated?
Yeah, we can certainly go either way, but we can separate it and work with administration on the ones that are for the next PBR in terms of just bringing those together. We've focused our response on the ones that we need in the short term to complete this application and get it implemented. So
maybe we get there, maybe we don't. I perhaps even over the break, I'm not sure if there's I appreciate that from EPCOR, but I'm just not sure of the actual precise legal requirement of this PBR to inform the next PBR filing, if it has to be contained within, right? So our mission here then, frankly, is for Utility Committee to agree on the attachment 9, which informs what EPCOR has to do to return here with a compliance filing and finish this rate filing. And so we'll go to questions now of Utility Committee and other councillors to any of the parties here. And what I'm going to suggest maybe is kind of one round of questions, and then I wonder if we don't just follow attachment 9 point by point and try to thread our way through that, with the ultimate goal of arriving at a revised attachment 9 that then is attached to the various motions that are contained within the materials. And I think attachment 9 will have to be modified by motion. So a motion to delete a particular thing, a motion to add a particular thing, or a motion to revise a particular thing. So if that makes sense, I'll go to questions of council to either EPCOR administration or to Mr. Beckett. Councillor Tang.
Sorry, I actually signed up just to have a question on some of the stuff that you said on process, if that's okay first.
Sure, yes.
So just, I feel like we're confident with the 25 to 27, the attachment 9, but for attachment 10, my understanding was that there are some stuff that you would like some direction now because you need to kind of get started on that for the next cycle, or is it less urgent? So just want to confirm on the urgency side.
Yeah, I'll answer because I've gone through them. Most of the items identified in attachment 10, we had already identified ourselves as we move forward on the consolidated filing. So we'll add this to our action list. If you need a motion to tell us, make sure you answer this question. That's something I think for you guys to answer, but certainly for us, this will be one of our references as we're building our consolidated filing.
Okay, that's good.
Council, that was my understanding as well, is that the stuff in attachment 10, the recommendations we have there is generally things EPCOR is already working on and are agreed to bring forward before the next PBR application. So,
so might this work? Before the end of our conversation today, a subsequent motion that asks administration and EPCOR to return with their commentary on wherever we land on attachment 10 today, just to sort of continue the work. Perhaps at one of the meetings in the new year, one of the utility committee meetings in the new year, and just kind of make it a separate conversation.
I think that would work fine, Councillor, for us.
Yeah, and so we don't lose it. Also understanding that I think that the next PBR is going to be a consolidated PBR. All of the water utilities will be coming as one PBR, and the effective date with that is intended to be January 1st, 2028. So that'll be a fall 2027 series of conversations. Do I have that correct? Yeah, I'm seeing nodding heads, but
yeah, we're probably going to want to come earlier. It's a bigger,
fair enough.
But we haven't worked out the schedule yet. So
yeah, well, that's for a future utility committee to contemplate. Okay, so Councillor Tang, any further questions?
Not on the process. That's very helpful, and that's good. I don't know if I feel like I need a few rounds of questions, but I mean maybe I'll just get started. Oh yeah. Maybe one round of process question?
Sure, okay, yeah, okay. Let's do process questions first, and then we'll take questions on the material presented. Councillor Stevenson, process questions?
Yeah, thank you. I think what you've laid out makes a lot of sense. Just my understanding with attachment 9 as it stands is that some items have been addressed by EPCOR. Is it possible over the break we could start with a clean attachment 9 in terms of what's outstanding.
Well, I suppose we could, one way or the other, we would get clarity on what items are still outstanding to discuss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just if it could be even a Google Doc, just so we have it and we know what points to be working
Sure,
through.
I'll work on that, thank you.
And then I think what would be helpful, I'm still struggling a little bit with timelines and like the critical pathways. So do you think maybe just to EPCOR as a heads up, as we're going through attachment 9, could you speak at a high level to the time implications of each of the items? And I think maybe we could just kind of, maybe with the support of our clerk team, understand that critical pathway in terms of we've got 2 utility committees, you know, what's our public hearing schedules in the new year, and just try to map that out a little bit. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jans?
Yeah, I too was just trying to figure out kind of what Councillor Stevenson said.
Apologies, Councillor Jans, we can't really hear you.
Oh, same as Councillor Stevenson.
Great, thank you. Councillor Salvador? Oh, okay, not a process. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, no process questions.
Okay. So we'll see if we can't get a Google Doc that we can all share for after lunch, and timelines. That's what I heard, you know, some feedback on timelines as we discuss each item. So that's helpful, thank you. Now, questions then on the content of the presentations today and the reports. Well, we'll see how it goes. The question was just one round. I think we want to let's see how it goes. But we're going to want to have to move quickly to getting our work on attachment 9 complete. And I suppose we can see how the day goes, and we can return to general questions too. So, Councillor Jans.
Can you let Mayor Sohi go first? I'm going to try and adjust my volume.
Oh, sure. Mayor Sohi. Yep.
Thank you. Sorry, I had to step out for a bit. In the administration's presentation, there was a reference that the return on equity is tied to the risk, right? Can you elaborate on that, as well as whether, in this case, that risk is the return is appropriate to the risk?
So, yes, Mayor. So the return equity is tied to the business risk from the perspective that on EPCOR's O&M, they basically essentially get funding for what they spend. So there is no return on any of that. So the return they get is basically allows them to absorb any risk plus fund future investments as well.
Right,
So
but
that's where the risk comes. So
like what are the risks? Like Edmonton is a pretty stable market, right? And it's there's very few political risks. There are environmental risks, obviously, that exist everywhere else, right? What are the risks that what I see that the rate of return is comparable to other jurisdictions, right? The U.S. jurisdictions, but the risks in those jurisdictions are probably higher than Edmonton's case, right? So just trying to understand that.
sure. So some of the risk is based on the PBR process. So for instance, EPCOR absorbs risks on forecasted costs deviate from what they expected them to be. There's their cost of debt, they absorb risk on that as well. There's risk around if their capital plan, they absorb risk on that as well.
Yeah.
So depending on a variety of factors, the risk can extend to different things depending on the services they provide. And so we highlighted the water aspect because that is also a risk, because water inherently has more risks to it as opposed to treatment, because water is a consumable product, as an example.
Yeah, maybe this is to EPCOR as well, right? Like when I know you had third party engaged and they suggested a range, how much emphasis was what are the risk level compared to other utilities that EPCOR faces?
Yeah, so maybe in just broad terms, and administration has answered it, we are looking at a broad range of operational risks across all of our utilities. In this case, we're talking specifically about the wastewater treatment, which is, of course, as you know, the large plant at Gold Bar flows come in, storms, we have to treat the water, we have to release to the river, meet environmental guidelines, et cetera. So there's a whole series of risks to that. There's a whole series of risks related to wastewater collection. All the bad things that can happen there that might drive up costs. We obviously have to deliver service to, as Sakib pointed out, a proper level. And all those things come together and are reflected in that return on equity. And while there is discussion around the three utilities, water, wastewater, and wastewater treatment and water, we have treated them as one utility. And just to answer the utility advisor's question, the one that we didn't answer when he asked it, is he's asked us if this included the water utility, would you be comfortable that this is the right return on equity? And the answer is yes. So we are looking at these as an integrated set of utilities across the whole water cycle, and that's the risk that we're trying to reflect. Right. And it is roughly, as you can see from the analysis, comparable to what other water utilities in the U.S. Also see.
Right.
I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, so for example, you also referenced that the Gold Bar facility is about 75 years old, right? And so that is that an enhanced risk, the age and the upgrades that are required? Like, so help me understand.
Yeah,
that.
In general, we do face risks for aging infrastructure, as Craig talked about, and you may have missed that, Mr. Mayor, but we talked about a series of projects that we're doing across our whole system, many of them at Gold Bar well, to renew the infrastructure, to rebuild it, to make sure that it's operating properly. But there is aging infrastructure risk. In no regulatory application that would be prudent do you replace everything that's old. You have a program of asset management to address the more critical risks, balance that risk to find the proper balancing point between spending too much money or not spending enough money. And that's what we tried to do in this application.
Okay, I'm almost out of time.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I guess, first of all, to the utility advisor, if I may, when I hear, and I can't remember the exact language you used, but basically that the business case was insufficient or didn't meet your expectations, that's concerning. And to what remedy would be appropriately sought in this timelines that we have, like a refer back or something like that?
I think the information that has ultimately been produced is satisfactory for Utility Committee to make a decision on this particular rate application.
So has it met your expectations now?
Not quite. I expect to see a more standardized format of presentation. I expect to see a more exhaustive description of options considered, and I expect to see a more formalized and consistent economic analysis of the options.
So I'm just gonna jump in because I feel like the two of you are talking about different things. So Councillor Jans, are you talking about capital profiles that would be offered for capital expenditures, or are you talking about the entirety of the PBR? Because
I wanted to get that actually from Mr. Beckett just to make sure I'm understanding his critique appropriately.
So your question is about the entirety of the PBR in terms of adequacy and such? Yeah?
No, it was what portion, when Mr. Beckett made that remark, what exactly was he referring to?
Okay, thank you.
And my comments were directed to the business cases included in the application.
Yeah, and so what remedy, like, I mean, hearing that from you, that they're still insufficient, that they're not meeting your expectation, and hearing that you've made those expectations clear in previous applications and that they're well understood, what would be an appropriate remedy here to refer them back for completion?
No, as I mentioned, I think they're satisfactory for purposes of approving this rate application. But for future rate applications, I would suggest that Utility Committee give a directive to EPCOR to consult with administration, the utility advisor, and perhaps a consultant to come up with a format for business cases that will be satisfactory in the future.
Okay. I think that's a great subsequent motion then. Uh, sorry, I'm just trying to take notes here furiously. Yeah. Shifting gears a bit to, I've been very interested in LID, and I see that there's language in, um, and I'm sorry I lost the page here, but it talks about how we're managing stormwater while protecting the North Saskatchewan River and other water bodies from pollution and maintaining the region's ecological balance. Um, so I'm interested how we are putting or implementing or considering metrics, thresholds, etc., to make sure that um, we aren't we are living up to that language. And is that something that we should consider in this regulation?
Who are you asking, Councillor James?
Let's go to EPCOR first.
Okay.
Actually, no. Let's go to city administration first.
Sorry, Councillor Jans, can you say the question one more time?
Sure. Yeah, I'm interested in basically how we're protecting the North Saskatchewan River and ensuring that we aren't having excess pollution into the river and maintaining the river's ecological balance, as stated as a in the EPCOR report.
Okay, so I don't know if I have the information to answer that question.
Is there a threshold that we could require in the PBR, or are there metrics that we could require around pollution?
Yeah, so I think a lot of when we talk about performance measures, our recommendations there are to get involvement from utility committee and administration in establishing some of those targets and objectives for the performance measures. So I think that's where we can address that kind of work.
Okay. Maybe I'll have to ask that to EPCOR in a second round.
Yeah, I can address it now.
Yeah,
or-
go.
or
I
into
took some
the
of your
second
time,
round.
Councillor Jan. So go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a couple ways to answer that. So while yes, we don't have a direct performance measure specific to LIDs directly or to the resulting impacts on loadings to the river, we do have a similar one in the wastewater treatment performance measures, the one referred to as WELP, so the wastewater effluent limit performance, which does measure essentially the amount or the degree of treatment through that facility. In conversations with the regulator, we do have plans in place and we do measure the total loadings to the river. That means the total amount of constituents, whether it's solids from the collection system or discharges from Gold Bar into the river. And there's a lot of conversations with the regulator on the environmental side on how those will be incorporated into future approvals for our system. So I guess to sum up my answer, it's a good comment in terms of how to measure that, and I think that would be something we'd take away to look at a future filing, how we would adequately incorporate something like that into the design of a performance measure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
All right, great, thank you. Lots of comprehensive information, crystal clear, I followed it. Maybe I'll just follow the administration structure of those four elements and just get some clarity. There's a lot of, I think, mention of the depreciation study mentioned by, I think, everyone. I did see in the EPCOR response around kind of getting it done for this cycle, but also kind of what is the material impact, and whether or not this is the right study. I'm wondering is this something that we can consider for the next cycle? Whether landing on what is the appropriate benchmarking study and finding agreement there. Is that a conversation for the next cycle? Yeah, is that, I guess, administration?
Yes, that's a potential opportunity. I think the comment that administration make, and maybe I'll defer to our consultant if they have any comments as well, is that from a process perspective, so as indicated in the presentation, administration acknowledges that perhaps the impact may not be material. It's more of a process perspective, that if EPCOR is going to change a methodology, that traditionally per best practice there are certain comparisons you generally try to do. So that's more of a process thing. And so without knowing, when we proposed it, without knowing the impact, it was more around unsure of the impact to the ratepayer and whether or not that would be prohibitive to them, because you'd be locking them in for the next 3 years before you did any study, perhaps, if that was the case.
Okay.
But perhaps if I may defer to more of you if you have any comments.
Quickly?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, we agree with that statement. It's the recommendation is more about longer-term precedent for the long-term ratepayers, and building off some of the comments from the utility advisor, I believe that the regulator would require that information. We believe it's fairly readily available from a focus study. And again, the depreciation study mentioned that the consultant used industry information to help guide these judgments. So I think from a regulator's perspective, this is something that's fair and reasonable to receive to make decisions on this.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is, so I think one, I'm just considering like the timeline to make sure that customers do have a, something in place. And then the other hand, I didn't want to kind of drop that conversation either, just recognizing there's some disagreement. So that might be something I want to flag, perhaps for attachment 10 or something. For I guess just on that, the setting expectation from the regulators, lots of, I think, good suggestion. And for the next one, it will be everything together. I guess just can you like play out how you see that work? Like, is this kind of a half-day, full-day workshop with the utility committee, with all of council? What other stakeholders do you think we should bring into that setting? Is it like you're getting everybody in a room and kind of hash it out? Like, never done that before, so I'm just curious how you see that play out.
So just to clarify, Councillor, are you referring to the recommendation of the role of the regulator?
That's right. That's right. And it did say with administration support, but I'm just like, can you just walk me through what that would look like?
So likely, and maybe I'll ask Harm to jump in if he has any comments, is we foresee that'd be something we could work together. We likely need to engage a consultant as well to help with that work, because we would like to basically get a better understanding of the regulatory process as well as industry standards and what things can be changed in advance of the upcoming PBR.
Okay. So it'll be a pretty like extensive exercise. I think that would be good. And then Mr. Beckett, you talk about kind of that. I think you mentioned that as well. Just setting a clear expectation from the regulators. You also talk about public consultation, and I was kind of curious about involvement of the customer representative perspective. Isn't that us? Are we not the customer representative, or actually wearing council hat, not the regular hat? Or is there some kind of like particular consumer advocate groups that you had in mind? Beyond the existing kind of general public?
No, I hadn't progressed my thinking beyond the concept of representatives of the public. I can't think of a group just on the fly that I would recommend as a proxy for the public.
Okay, I wasn't sure if there's any particular in the utility space that would. Anyways, okay, thanks for that. That's it.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much. I wanted to focus on a few of the less technical pieces, I suppose, just really reflecting the community feedback around the really important role that price and cost plays in terms of the prioritization they place on it. I think something that I, hearing some tension between having deferral accounts, not having deferral accounts, I think what I don't find clear in the filings, so I appreciate not having a deferral account transfers the risk onto the utility, the downside risk. What happens with the upside risk? Like, how do we explain to Edmontonians what happens if the forecasts were conservative and EPCOR ends up being on the positive side of a risk?
Yeah, so great question, and so we endeavor to make the best possible forecast, and as Susan pointed out, it's a very sophisticated forecast. It's not just basically drawing a line through some dots. We try to build it ground up, and over the years, the base level forecast has been proven to be quite accurate. I mean, consumption continues to drop. What we see is seasonal variability, and sometimes we have a lot of hot weather. And so when we get hot weather, we tend to over consume as citizens, as you can expect. Now, our rate structure for water is mostly variable, and that's mostly at council. City council has wanted that for a number of years to incent conservation. So you, as an individual citizen, have the ability to actually control how much water you control as an individual citizen. You know, when we give you these outcomes and try and show you the impact, we're looking at average customers, we're calculating an average impact, but any one individual customer can be on one side or the other side of that, depending on their own individual habits, seasonal watering that they do, also the effectiveness of their appliances at home, etc., right? And so that's really how it comes together. Because our rate structure is so variable, you do have a lot of control with how much water as an individual citizen that you pay for. And that's a little different than what you might see in an electric utility, where the costs are a lot more fixed. So I don't know if that helps, but Susan, you can probably chime in on this.
Well, and maybe just to pivot a little bit, I think what I'm wondering, what I hear most from Edmontonians, and I think it gets conflated with the conversations around the EPCOR dividend, which again is sort of a much broader business. It's not ratepayers in Edmonton. But what happens when the Edmonton utility makes a profit?
So part of the reason we've got I guess the PBR framework, or one of the key components of the PBR framework is there's an incentive for EPCOR to outperform from a cost perspective. And the benefit to EPCOR for, realizing sustainable cost efficiencies is that the shareholder retains that additional savings. The benefit to customers is, as we develop our forecast for future PBR terms, those savings get passed on to customers. So the PBR is intended to, act as I'll call it a win-win mechanism. It creates the right incentives for the utility to perform efficiently. Customers benefit through that as efficiencies are realized. Ultimately, those get passed on to ratepayers. So I guess that's creating that framework allows for, a focused or concerted efforts to do better than the forecast. So I think doing better than the forecast from an operating cost perspective, that's a good thing, and that's something that we strive to do, and that's how we've built up our forecasts going forward.
Yeah, and I think I'm just thinking about this in more bread and butter terms, I guess, in terms of how people think about it.
So maybe I can try and help. So you said, what happens when the utility makes a profit? So I think we showed you in one of our slides, we take that profit and we do one of two things with it. Either we reinvest it into the utility itself, because we need to, on an ongoing basis, do that. We need to reinvest capital. 40% of it, the rest we borrow. And then the rest of it goes to the shareholder, you, the owners of the company. And so that's the only places it goes. And both of those are directly related to Edmontonians. And so I don't know if that helps in terms of what you're trying to, get at.
Yeah, no, I think that makes sense. Oh, I'll come back. Thanks.
Thank you. So we are more or less at noon. So we'll break here now and reconvene at 1:30. We'll complete one round of questions and kind of gauge it, maybe do a second round of questions, but then I think we should really focus in on attachment 9 and pin that down. Okay, thanks everyone. We're in recess till 1:30. I'm going to call October 11th Utility Committee meeting back to order and start with a roll call. Councillor Paquette, don't think he's with us yet. Councillor Jans. Hopefully he'll join us in a moment. Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Tang.
Hello.
Hello. And I don't know, Councillor Wright. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, so we'll resume our.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Councillor Jans. We'll continue with our round of questions of our various parties here, and we'll start with Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thanks so much. Okay, so maybe I'll just start with a clarifying question around the customer consumption forecast. So I guess this would be directed to administration and consultant. You know, hearing EPCOR's explanation around the customer consumption forecast for the 1.3% decline, are you feeling satisfied with that additional information and explanation?
I think I can give a quick comment, then maybe I'll defer to the consultant. I think our main concern is around the first drop in the 2024 forecast of 3.8%. That would be our main concern. The rest of it, relatively speaking, is relatively reasonable. It's just that we're not sure how that first drop goes, because everything is trending and there's that afterwards, but there's that drop first. But maybe we'll defer to more of you.
Yes, thank you. So I just wanted to note that the information provided did help clarify their approach to a great extent beyond what probably should have been in the original application or in an IR response. So I do appreciate, and the way they've tackled the segmentation of the customer class and the data is very good. So I do appreciate that. Having said that, there's still probably some questions that we would have at a high level to still arrive at the conclusions that they've arrived at. So at a summary level. And we have some specific issues or questions, I would say, as a result of that.
Are you able to elaborate on that?
Sure. So just as an example, I think the regression analysis uses data points from up to 20 years ago. So, and I'm not sure that I haven't seen the regression model, but my familiarity is it would use those older data points with the same weight of importance as most recent observations, like 2002 might be viewed from the regression results as the same as 2022, for example. I'd have to confirm this because I haven't seen the regression model, but that's typically what a regression might look like. The 2021 PBR application also projected lower average consumptions per month for 2022 and 2023. 2022 was projected at 13.4 and 2023 was projected at 13.2, and they were at 13.8 in both years. So that again calls into some question about whether or not the same level of decline is appropriate. And as Steve mentioned, there's a question about a big jump from an assumed 2024 result down to 2025. Further, I do appreciate the indoor versus outdoor. That is great. I'd love to see that. But on the outdoor, they admit, and this is good, like there's weather impacts on outdoor for sure. There's no real trend though. It seems to sort of fluctuate higher or lower. An average over the past 10 years would be closer to 0.9 as I calculated based on the data that was provided instead of the 0.8 that they're using to trend future. So there's just a couple of questions. Don't disagree that it's still going down, but just the extent that it's going down, I think.
Right, okay, and then maybe I would, if this is sort of an appropriate way to ask questions, am I able to the chair, am I able to sort of go to EPCOR for a bit of a back and forth?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, wonderful. So yeah, thoughts on what you've just heard from the other folks across the table here?
Yeah, so a couple things. One of the reasons we go back the 20 years is the renovation rate in the existing parcels of the property. So that's a dimension. It's not just individual customers. There's a bit of how many properties have flipped over into completely new bathrooms and all that kind of stuff. So we have that wealth of data, so we use that wealth of data. On the regression analysis, we actually use a couple of different methodologies. One is regression, one is straight line. And so we do look at both of those to see what is the one that makes the most sense. In terms of the 22 and 2023 numbers, there's two numbers that are basically making those seem a bit higher. One of them is 2022. Of course, we still had COVID. in place, and so most people were working from home during that year. And then in 2023, we had a very hot summer. So just the alignment of those two aspects makes those numbers go a bit higher. If you go in the longer term trend, we do tend to see very wet years as well. And so when we're doing our PBR forecast, we have an assumption of a certain number of wet years and hot years in the forecast, which averages out.
Okay, that's helpful. I don't have time for another question, so I'll come back.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford?
Yes, thank you so much. My questions are first and foremost to the utility advisor, Mr. Beckett. At the last utility committee meeting, I asked you a question related to the performance measures, and it was the report, but we talked about how it would be a good conversation for this rate filing around, instead of just having the general numbers for all Edmontonians, is that there potential for a breakout by areas of the city or quadrants or anything like that? And I know neither you or administration talked about that, but I didn't want to lose that thread.
I recall that conversation, and I think my suggestion at the time was, as you mentioned, greater granularity on how that information is provided, recognizing that you know, the public at large focuses on their area, not the entire city. And if they have questions, it would be helpful to have that information available in a more precise format.
Because the way I think about it is, the reason it's important from a regulator perspective is, if we have, like, let's say 98% of customers are not having disruptions, or having their disruptions restored within a certain amount of time, but others aren't, there's an inequity of service, but all payers are paying the same if we don't break that out. Is my understanding correct? Because right now there's penalties, right? Where, like, if a performance measure wasn't being hit, there would be penalties. But those penalties across the entire city, those rates can be higher than, let's say, one area of the city maybe not getting the same continuity of service.
I agree with you. That's a good point. It's important always in these kind of situations to identify any outliers and make sure that the proper attention is paid to those. And that could be built into a future performance measure. Off the top of my head, I don't know exactly how you would do that, but with some thought, it might be possible to do so.
Would it be as part of that regulator directives that you mentioned?
That could be a directive that council or committee gives to the applicant for the next rate application, yes.
Okay, I'll follow up further with committee colleague. I'm not on committee, obviously, but this is something I think is as an important measure that I know I'd like to see. And
Counselor,
then
if I can just maybe provide a bit more context.
Sure,
like
absolutely, Harm.
in attachment 10, there's a recommendation in there where we are looking at the performance measures methodology, and maybe through that recommendation, that's something we could look at.
Oh, that would be great. That would be perfect. Okay. Good flag. Thank you. And then my second question was, again, to Mr. Beckett, around, because this is a tension that I've been struggling with as I read the rate filing in the summer and have submitted a lot of questions around this idea of rebasing. And you talked about the predictability, and I think you were referring to the practice of rebasing as maybe not creating that predictability. Is my understanding correct?
Well, I have taken exception with EPCOR's use of the term stable and predictable, because in my view the rates are neither stable nor predictable because of the various mechanisms that are in play. It is totally appropriate for the utility to rebase its costs at the start of a new performance-based regulation period, because they've gone through 5 years where they're not collecting a revenue requirement that is exactly the same as their the costs that they're incurring.
But this allows, but if I read the rate filing correctly, doesn't the rebasing allow for more frequent rebasing throughout the term of the rate filing?
Well, the rates can be rebased if a special adjustment is made.
Okay, okay. I'll have further questions on that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to take a very quick turn. That rebasing is not, that has to be approved by utility committee. That's not something that EPCOR can do on their own.
Counselor,
My
if I may-
recollection is it has to be approved by the city manager, but it does have to be approved, yes.
Yeah.
If I may, Counselor, we're talking about non-routine adjustments.
Right, yeah.
And so that's not quite the same as rebasing. Rebasing is when we reevaluate all our costs. Non-routine adjustments are quite restrictive and relatively rare, but yes, there is an approval mechanism that allows us to step outside the approved framework, if you will.
But EPCOR has to seek approval. They can't.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
From the city.
Just as a reminder, I think we need everybody to lean into their microphones a little bit because it's getting hard to hear both online and offline. Just as a gentle reminder. I want to circle back very quickly on to effluent and standards. There's a bit of a question around performance standards on that. Is there not a federal regulation about discharging into the river and effluent and standards? Or am I wrong on that?
Yeah, there is a relatively new federal standard called WERS, or Wastewater System Effluent Regulation. The treatment plant at Gold Bar met that anyways, so that really didn't impact it. So we're regulated by the province on our effluent, and while you can see that our performance well exceeds the standard, which is 100% means you're meeting the approval exactly on all parameters, and we're around 25% or so. There is an expectation from the regulator of meeting a performance that your technology that you use can provide. And it's also widely expected that the province will shift to a total loadings based on your historical performance. And so we fully expect that in the future, we'll be regulated essentially based on our performance today, not on the current regulatory limits for each parameter.
Right, yeah. Okay, I have no further questions at the moment. I'm going to suggest we move to working through the document at this point. And that doesn't mean that there's no room for further questions, but that, those questions, we'll be able to stick to sort of the narrow topic of the moment and ask questions that way. So we on committee and council have received a bit of a chart where each of the items in attachment 9 have been listed, and then EPCOR's response to those items has been attached. And so several of these are going to require further discussion. What I'm going to suggest is I might move that the items that have been agreed to be deleted from attachment A. So that would be items 2A, 10C, 13A, and 19A, just as a first step. So I'll put that motion on the floor and just check with administration that they agree that those things are agreed.
Yeah, based on our discussions with EPCOR and the presentation they made this morning, those are the ones that we are in agreement on.
Okay, so effectively no further debate on those 4 items.
Yeah, you don't need to debate them if you don't want to.
All right, okay.
Mr. Chair,
I can't
Mr. Chair,
hear, I'm not sure who's speaking. Got to speak into the mic. Yeah.
Councillor Jans here. Does Mr. Beckett agree with those recommendations as well too? Like
I was going to get there, Councillor Jans. Okay. I was going to get there. You're really hard to hear. Is it on our end? Because I'm struggling to hear the people online.
We've turned the volume up for those online, and we'll keep adjusting it as we go here.
Yeah, okay. So, Mr. Beckett, on those 4 items, it appears that both EPCOR and administration are in agreement that EPCOR has heard those recommendations and agreed to them. Do you have any further comment on those?
No, nothing to add to that.
Okay, so motion on the floor. I have no further comments. Anybody to speak to those? Just making sure. Councillor Tang.
No, just so I understand, you're deleting it from attachment 9.
Yeah, those items would be deleted from attachment 9 because though they require no further work or instruction or otherwise for the rate filing.
I thought we had to also move them forward. Sorry.
Just want to get some clarification on that. So they're in attachment 9 as recommendations we propose as administration.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, and they're agreed
So they would need to stay in there, but we just don't need to debate them.
Right. I'm sorry. I got that backwards. So they would stay in attachment 9. So my motion should not read. Actually, there's no motion to be made at all.
Yeah,
They stay in attachment 9. Okay. Very good. No more talking. Sorry. My bad. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Ting. So I think maybe we'll just take the rest in order then. And just I'll keep a bit of a sheet as we go. So on item 1A, there is disagreement, and that is that that a benchmarking study be completed. And I believe the EPCOR response was that there's a bit of a timing issue here, and that the changes to the rates would not be significant. And perhaps we should talk about 1A and 1B together, because on 1B, my understanding is that if historical rates depreciation rates were used, then the average residential bill would be reduced by 10 cents per month. 10 cents per month in 25, 22 cents per month in 26, and 33 cents per month in 27. And that EPCOR recommends using the depreciation schedule that's already in the application. So I guess the apprehension here, if I understand it, would be that if the depreciation rates are not revised and the rates stay as they are recommended now, at least on this point, then there's the potential for over-collecting dollars, and that the rates are higher than they need to be and dollars accumulate. Do I understand that apprehension correctly?
Correct.
So I guess I'll go to my council colleagues for questions and comments on this. We've heard from both sides, so I'm not quite sure how to distill that down, but over to you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. I'm more comfortable using the historic depreciation rates, even though it's a small amount. You know, it's not nothing. And I guess maybe just in EPCOR's response to the initial question about doing a depreciation study, you mentioned that it's a matter of judgment based on the experience of the entity. And I guess that's maybe, and apologies if I'm missing it, but like, has that been brought forward in terms of your experience with these assets?
So, Councillor, just to be clear, we did do a depreciation study that was updated. I think the recommendation, as a matter of good practice, is because you're proposing a change to the depreciation schedule, if I understand the consultant's recommendations correctly, they're saying you should have benchmarked against some other utilities. We accept that recommendation, and we'd be happy to do that for the next PBR, but we feel that the depreciation study that we reflected in our application is most indicative of our particular assets at this particular point in time. And so we could revert to the older one, but it is based on older depreciation studies that were done. This is the most current information we have. And hence, that's why we've reflected. And I think what the request was, benchmark that. We're happy to do that for the next PBR if Utility Committee agrees. We're also fine if you direct that we go back to the older depreciation study, realizing that it's not the most current information, if that helps.
And so maybe just help me understand what happens 2 years from now. So if we use the historic depreciation study, then in 2 years' time, you're not planning to do another depreciation study, or you would be doing it. And is there just a risk that the gap is greater if we don't change it? Like, what would be the risk of keeping it with the historic rates and then changing it in 2 years' time?
So Counselor, so the way we implement changes as a result of a depreciation study is on a prospective basis. So meaning any new assets, excuse me, any new assets that were acquired, the depreciation would be adjusted on a go-forward basis. So whatever we change now, it would maintain that life for the life of of the asset. Any future assets would reflect the revised life.
And what, maybe, I mean, maybe if others want to weigh in, what's the implication of changing now versus in 2 years?
I'm not sure what the 2-year reference is, like with the next PBR, you
The
mean?
next PBR.
Okay.
Sorry.
So I think from the perspective of the ratepayer themselves, if you were to approve the new depreciation schedule and then do the comparison of the benchmarking later, if those studies or benchmarking find that the difference is not in favor of the ratepayer would be locked in for those rates for that period of time.
Gotcha. And sorry, I guess maybe just for crystal clarity for me, the benchmarking is comparing to other utilities.
That is correct.
And so you've done the depreciation for your own experience, but do you not plan to do the benchmarking at any point to other utilities?
For this application, we didn't do benchmarking.
Yeah, but in 2
we
years'
certainly
time.
can for the next application if that is.
Okay.
That is it. We can put that in attachment 10 as one of the items. Make it very clear that we are going to do that for the next application, and we're happy to do it.
Okay. Okay. And so, so I think that makes sense for a go-forward basis, given that there are time constraints for this current application. But sticking with the historic depreciation schedule is just a bit of a protection for ratepayers, because it could be that when benchmarking is done, we're seeing a greater discrepancy. Okay. So then I think, I mean, I don't know what formality of motions you'd like, but I think, at this point, I'm leaning towards the historic depreciation schedule, but I'll just put it out there.
That's fine. We'll take them one by one. So I see a couple more questions on the depreciation rate, and then we'll take them. We'll solve it or vote on it. Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Chance.
I'm okay. I'm okay for now.
Okay. So I'm going to move. This is purely for I'm doing this for just to move the agenda along, right? So I'm not declare none of my. I'm going to try to move the motions so that we get to decisions. I'm not moving anything in a partisan way. So I'm going to move that item 1A be removed from attachment 9 on the basis that the benchmarking study is already in attachment 10 to be done for future PBR applications. I'm looking at attachment 10, item 6A that says depreciation study.
I think that the benchmarking study.
Item 6A in attachment 10 says ... filing requirements to include benchmarking data.
Gotcha. Is that everyone's understanding?
I think that works.
Great.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so the motion on the floor is to delete 1A. Any further discussion? I'm not trying to rush anybody, but any further discussion or questions? No, please vote. Effectively, yep. This is the way I was told we have to do this, so.
Councillor, can we just get some clarity from our perspective on that? Are we sticking with the depreciation as outlined in the application?
That one's next. That one will be next. That's item 1B. We're on 1A.
Apologies.
That's okay. We're sending the vote on, and I didn't get a vote. There we go. Thank you.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Okay. Item 1B. Item 1B is that EPCOR calculate utility rates for the PBR term using existing asset lifetimes and depreciation schedules for comparison purposes, and to get a better understanding of the impact of utility ratepayers. Effectively, to use the historic depreciation rates. And EPCOR's comment, as we've heard, it would be that using historic depreciation rates would reduce rates in each year, and EPCOR recommends keeping the ones in the schedule. Any further questions? I'm going to move that we maintain the rates that were offered in EPCOR's original. No, I'll do it the other way. I'll move that that the rate filing be updated to employ the historic depreciation rates.
You might not have to do anything because that's what the recommendation is, recommendation 1B. So I think unless you want to change that recommendation, you would just leave it as it is.
Yeah, we're going to do this a couple more times before I catch on. I'm right, I'm sorry. Okay, so I'll ask it this way. Does anybody care to move a motion that would strike recommendation 1B? Which means 1B would remain in attachment 9 and would be part of the recommendation back to EPCOR.
Sorry, Councillor. I was wrong in what I said. They've provided you what so we asked them to recalculate using the existing depreciation schedule, and they have, so you have those numbers now, and now you can make a motion accordingly.
Oh, so they've met your recommendation to recalculate, but there's nothing that says that they're going to use those values in the rate filing.
Right.
So if we want to employ historic depreciation values, we need to make a motion to that effect.
That's correct. Apologies.
That's okay. So that would be effectively a new. Yes, it would be. Okay, so. Yeah, so I will move that we strike to replace 1B with wording to the effect that the historical depreciation rates be used in calculation of the rate filing. So I'll put that on the table. Does it make sense to everyone what is being moved? I think it's clear to administration and to EPCOR, yes? Any questions on the amendment? Anyone want to speak to the amendment? Please vote.
Councillor Cartman, before you do it, can we just get you to state that one more time, just be sure we captured
Yes,
it correctly?
that recommendation 1B restated to state that EPCOR employ historic depreciation rates for the purposes of the rate filing.
We sent the vote out to you.
Please vote.
Councillor Jans, are you with us? We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. Okay, and that is carried. Next is item 2A. That's been agreed to, so it remains in the document as part of the instructions for the amended rate filing that'll come back to us at a later meeting. Which takes us then to item 3A and the customer consumption forecasts. We were just having questions on this. Recommendation 3A is that EPCOR provides specific analysis to support the decline of average residential account consumption of 1.3% annually, with specific responses as to why this is reasonable, given historical average consumptions. We've talked about this, and I believe that maybe I'll ask administration, is it fair to say that EPCOR has met this recommendation? They have provided some specific analysis. Is that correct or not?
Yes, they have provided analysis of why they believe that their forecast methodology is correct.
So strictly on the matter of 3A, that has been met?
In terms of providing data
analysis, that's been met?
for the regulator to review, yes.
Yeah. So I will move that item 3A be removed from attachment 9. Okay, so motion on the floor. Go ahead and ask questions. Councillor Stevenson?
Great. So I appreciate that the information requirement has been met. Are we satisfied with the information, or do we feel that revisions need to be made to the 1.3?
I think that would be, the answer we had given previously would be the same response, that from administration perspective, the impact of that first forecast drop would be our major concern.
That's the 3.8 in 2024?
Which is 3 times higher than what's being proposed over the 3-year term for the PBR.
Okay. Maybe just to EPCOR, because I think that 3.8 is a forecast for 2024. Given that we're in the third quarter, do we have some actuals that we can measure that against?
Not exactly, because it's about a 2-month lag for all the bills to come in. So I wouldn't be able to give you an answer right away, and I don't have that number right at hand.
Okay. And apologies back to administration. So you're saying the risk comes with that first big jump, but I apologize because I actually thought that the sort of more. Okay, sorry. I'm now getting my. It's a 3.8% drop in consumption. Doesn't the ratepayer benefit from a more aggressive assumption of lowered usage?
No, they do not. So essentially what would happen is if lower consumption is being forecasted, in order to earn the revenue required amount they need, they would have to rate, all things being equal, of course, ignoring all other variables, they would in theory have to raise rates to make up the difference.
And sorry, this is such a basic question, but I thought they can't raise rates.
So in their application, in theory, they've raised the rates to a higher level because they've assumed lower consumption.
Gotcha.
If you were to increase the consumption, by definition, all things being equal, they would bring in higher revenue and could then lower the rates to compensate for that.
Gotcha. Okay, and to increase consumption, we need to decrease the 3.8 effectively. Like if the 3.8 was changed to 2, then it's an assumption of a lower consumption.
Yes.
Like what do we need to do to 3.8?
So for example, and I'm trying to find the slide where we had presented this. If you were to hold the 1.3, which is based on the regression analysis, the trend that they had originally determined, if you were to hold that for the forecast as well as the full period, you would actually end up with a ending 2027 number that would be the same as what they proposed for 2025. What that means is the drop that they're forecasting over the whole period would not occur. They would just end up at that level. So that's that gap.
Gotcha.
So I apologize if we had the chart, I guess I could kind of map it a little bit better. But that's kind of what the implication was. That is the magnitude of how much that drop entails.
So administration is not satisfied with the rationale for the forecasts, and so what then do we direct? Do we choose a number? Do we have a sense of what a reasonable number is?
So I think hypothetically, if we take EPCOR's premise that the regression has come up with a 1.3, administration would look at that and say, well, assuming that's reasonable, which it overall seems reasonable, then the question would be is why is the 1.3 not in the forecast for that first year?
Okay. Why is the 1.3 not in the forecast for 2024?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
So the question I'm hearing, it comes down to the 2024 forecast Why not 1.3?
So 1.3 is what we have for the other 2 years.
Yeah.
Our analysis from when we did it shows a predicted outcome of 3.8. If we need to pick a different number between 3.8 and 1.3, we're amenable to that.
Okay.
We just need to pick the number.
Okay.
So we could we could take a crack at that. We could draw a line halfway in the middle, and if it would help close the gap, I think we'd be amenable to that.
Okay, so could we provide direction without a specific number at this point that administration and EPCOR work to revise the 2024 forecast to a range between 1.3 and 3.8?
Yeah, I guess it probably wouldn't be less than 1.3 and not more than 3.8, so.
So these are rather pedantically termed recommendations, if you look in the chart. So 3B and 3C speak to revisions of the rates, generally. So those recommendations would stay in attachment 9 in some form.
Okay, well, okay, so 3A is complete,
Yep. So
but then
now
3B provides.
3B and 3C
Gotcha.
provides instructions. So we might revise 3B or C, or we might reword them to say, go find a number, but that would be in 3B or 3C to do.
Perfect. My
Okay.
apologies. That
No,
direction's
that's
already
okay.
there.
I told you it was gonna be weird. It's gonna be a different day. Yeah, okay, Councillor Tang.
I think I just had a sort of a clarification question, just for more view, actually. I think I understood, and apologies, I think we're all going to struggle with wording our questions, but you effectively said that, sort of if you look at the trend, 13.8, because of sort of that flat line, and therefore what's proposed is kind of maybe too conservative, or do you know what I mean? But I guess I'm just curious, like the 13.8 was sort of coming out of the pandemic, and during the pandemic it was a bit of an anomalous from past years. I guess why did you look at that time frame versus say 2017, 2018, or even prior, when it's not so like odd? Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I'm trying to say? I'm looking at the graph on page 6. Yeah.
So yeah, we have taken 2020 and 2021, which are in kind of the water industry, mostly known as the bigger impacts on COVID. Kind of removing them, we appreciate that indoor consumption for residential accounts went up specifically during those 2 years. And if you take a look, though, at the indoor consumption for residential, it actually has then dropped significantly in 2022, down to 12.8. Now, this is just indoor. Don't mean to confuse people because there's indoor and outdoor. So in 2022, the world, rightly or wrongly, it looked like it almost went back to normal, right? From a consumption perspective, you can kind of compare it to 2019, which is also at a kind of similar level, and kind of say, okay, we're about that level. And then 2023, though, the indoor consumption actually then went back up. So that's where I'm kind of like looking at the most recent kind of trends going, I wonder, because I appreciate there's a general downwards, but maybe not going forward to the same extent it had historically. Like that's the concern, I guess.
Okay, so because I think I was curious why the reference point is sort of during a period where we're still kind of in a bit of a transitioning to work from home policy isn't completely, changed, and a lot of companies are kind of moving towards actually keeping a bit of a work from home policy moving forward. So I was like, well, why didn't you then take sort of a period of time where it is relatively normal, right, without some of those factors? But it sounds like we want to use the reference points that are going to be more predictive of future behavior, that are more like future behavior.
Ideally, and I can admit, like, this is gray area. Like in stats, it's like accounting, there's no black and white. There is subjectivity here, to be clear, right? So I'll admit to that. It's just when we looked at the data, still agree that there's probably a general still downwards projection based on the rationale that EPCOR has provided. And again, just from what administration has said, the 2024 specifically just stuck out as a bit of okay, that's pretty aggressive. And And as I mentioned earlier, the one thing that I could tell from the response, the outdoor amount seemed to just be slightly lower than what I calculated just based on the data they provided. So
Okay.
those combined just kind of say, I
Fair
think
enough.
the forecast that they've provided is a little bit, and again, it puts more risk on the ratepayer. That's
Yeah,
essentially.
okay, no, fair enough. I think where I was trying to go was like, you know, if that conclusion was based on like 2 data points, is that reliable? But thank you for that explanation.
Mr. Beckett, any thoughts on this matter?
No, nothing to add.
Counselor, is there a recommendation from administration or the consultants on this?
Thank you. I haven't heard a
Okay.
recommended revised value, simply that an updated analysis be provided and then
Yeah.
that analysis be used for a revised rate. Am I missing something?
So just to clarify,
Yeah.
recommendation 3B
Yep.
asked to calculate a revised and reasonable 2024 forecast estimate. So that was the recommendation, which was the one that was disagreed with.
Yeah, that's what is a.
That's what's on the table. We were asking them to calculate that number.
Right.
Absent that number, having been asked what could be reasonable, I referred back to as an example, what was presented in the presentation, that if you were to use the regression analysis, you would see the impact to the percentage. And that was an example of what it could be.
So in other words, back to the 1.3 for each of the 3 years.
Potentially, but the recommendation was to determine if that was correct. What would be the correct amount, right, that was on the table. So if that recommendation were to be pursued, that would give the answer potentially.
So, I mean, the cleanest way is for utility committee to direct a number. It's the cleanest way to get us to a compliance filing relatively soon. But I'm not sure that we can with confidence tag one of the numbers from the different analyses. So we could also restate one of the items in attachment 9 to say find the right number, find a number better than 3.8.
I think with recommendation 3B, that gives you the ability to do that. So you could today provide a number if you want. Another thing is you could ask EPCOR to bring back a number that's lower than what they currently recommended, a 3.8% decrease that's more reasonable in the compliance filing that they return with.
So I guess another way of doing it is to say that that EPCOR be instructed to to replace the number of 3.8 with a 1.3, unless and until they can come back with a number better than 1.3 but less than 3.8 as part of the subsequent filing. Leaves a bit of wiggle room.
Correct, that is an option, yes.
So, Counselor, so we understand, the proposal would be from administration to use 1.3 for that 1 year.
Yep.
And I think what I heard you say is unless we could come up for another rationale to come up with a different number, not higher than 3.8 and potentially higher than 1.3, that would be how we would structure this.
That's what I am using out loud in real time.
Yep, and I just want to, I appreciate there's a lot of judgment that goes into this. We've taken a pretty hard look at this. There's a lot of factors that come into it, but as Councillor Stevenson has pointed out, like we did this analysis some months ago, new data does come in, so we could come up with an updated forecast, work with administration to land on a number, and as long as administration was satisfied that it was reasonable per, as outlined in attachment 9, we could go from there, that number not to be less than 1.3, something like that.
Yeah, so in all of these conversations through the afternoon, I'm going to presume that, EPCOR is going to go away and start crafting a revised compliance filing, but in so doing is going to have conversations with administration along the way to get to agreement, so that when we get to the next time we talk about these things, that they're generally agreed to when they come to us. That's going to be my understanding. I don't want to thread that into every one of these motions.
Okay, no, we would agree with that.
Yeah, if that's okay. All right, so what I'm going to, so we have a motion on the floor that is to delete 3A, because the strict recommendation has been complied with. And then I'm going to follow up with a recommendation that 3B revised to read 1.3 unless a better number can be offered between now and then in better language. Okay, so I'm going to ask that we vote on the motion on the floor, which is to delete 3A. Getting there. Yep.
Councillor Jans, are you with us?
Yes. Voting yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. I will then move that 3B restated to state that EWSI use a reduction of consumption rate of 1.3% in 2024 unless a replacement rate can be offered in the compliance filing.
Did you want to add less than 3.8?
Less than 3.8. Does that make sense to everyone? So that would be item 3B. 3C says use that updated rate to recalculate the PBR rates, which is we would keep. That one flows from the other. Any further questions on the motion on the floor with respect to 3B? Anyone to speak to it? Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. Okay, we're now moving to cost of capital. Return on equity is the next topic. So going back to EPCOR's slide towards the end of the morning, we have recommended rates ranging between 10.49% and 10.8%. And I believe EPCOR offered that they see a reasonable range to be between 10.5% and 10.8%. So I'm going to move that item 10A be restated to direct EWSI to reduce the proposed rate of return, to reduce the proposed rate of equity from 10.8% to 10.5%. Well, it's and with the remainder of that statement, to adjust for the removal of ECAPM from the EWSI consultant ROE calculation and to normalize for overall business risk relative to the AUC approved ROE. And that's a long motion. What I'm getting to is we go from 10.8% to 10.5%. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, no real concerns with that. Just wanted to understand either to the mover or to administration. Administration had recommended 10.67. Is 10.5 even better?
So 2 points just to kind of clarify. Well, maybe I'll address your question first, Councillor. So administration and our consultant are firm on the same page with the amount recommended. It would be 10.49. 10.50 as per what EPCOR is referring to would be acceptable. To the second comment would be that might I recommend that for the recommendation, you can probably cut the recommendation off after 10.5%. The rest of the preamble was mainly there to show the progression of the recommendation, so you don't really need that.
Yeah, that
okay.
was, sorry,
Okay.
Councillor Stevenson, that was my, like, they're sort of cascading recommendations, so if we restate 10A to say 10.5%, then the other recommendations can be deleted and on with the day.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Any further questions on that motion?
I guess my question's for Mr. Beckett.
Yeah, I was going to do that. Go.
Oh, okay. Well, I was curious what you thought of city's or administration's proposal.
Well, to be clear, the 10.5% was my proposal.
Sorry, I meant the 10.67. That was theirs.
I really don't
There's so many.
have any comment on where that 10.67 came from.
Okay.
I just want you to appreciate that EPCOR did respond to one of my questions when I asked them if they would be okay with these kind of numbers if water treatment was a part of this application, and they said yes. So what's happening here is that you're approving what EPCOR would consider to be a blended rate of return for the entire water function for just wastewater treatment and drainage. And wastewater treatment and drainage are less risky, I think the consensus is, than water treatment. So you need to be careful that when it comes time to set the rate of return 2 years from now for the blended utility, that you take that into account, because I could now argue that 10.5% is too high, but I don't really think that it's useful to do that. I just raised this as a point that should be kept in mind, and if I'm still here, I'll keep it in mind for the next time we deal with an EPCOR PBR.
I don't have attachment 10 open, but is that captured in the recommendation for the next, I guess, for the next cycle?
No, it is not.
Okay, so maybe you can potentially just flag that?
So, Councillor,
Yes.
if I may,
Yes.
I would respectfully disagree with the utility advisor's characterization of the wastewater side being less risky than the water side. This is a blended ROE that would be acceptable to us across all our utilities, but that's not to suggest that what we're doing here on the wastewater side is in somehow less risky. As we've outlined in our application, there's a number of risks that we are managing related to environmental performance, et cetera. So just wanted to get that.
Thank you. I think I just wanted to put it somewhere that we'll return to this conversation again, at least for the next cycle. And my actual question was, there was a lot of reference to, and maybe I'm not interpreting this properly, but there's a lot of reference as a comparison to AUC for electricity, which I'm like, is that an appropriate reference point given the difference between the risk between that and water and wastewater?
Yeah, our view is it's of limited value because the AUC's experience base is almost completely based on gas and electrics, and hence, as both consultants for cost of capital have commented on, that the most applicable comparator points are in the U.S. water industry, where they have a lot more utilities that are similar to EPCOR.
Actually, I think maybe that question was for administration, that whether or not that's a appropriate comparator. Because I think you referenced a lot of AUC in your report.
To clarify, are you asking if comparing EPCOR to an American company is appropriate? Is that what you're asking?
No, I'm asking for, I think the return on equity, there's just a lot of reference to the AUC in your report, and I just wondered, kind of given the different risk level for these different utilities, is that appropriate? And they don't feel that way, but you feel that way.
Fair enough. So I think I will pass on more of you in a second here to comment on the risk profile with American companies. The use of the AUC, difference with the AUC, the spread, was built off of how the last PBR was approved as well.
Sure.
So as part of the review, it was compared against business risk from before and to now. And so that was used as a barometer, if you will, to kind of gauge whether or not we were going in the right direction.
And you're being consistent.
Yes, perhaps I will
Application
pass
to
it off
application.
to,
Sure.
to Morview for further commentary.
Thanks. So maybe I can just help clarify. So the recommendation in our report was actually a range recommendation. So it was 10.49% to 10.67%, meaning anywhere within that range we would view as being a reasonable rate of return for EPCOR.
Okay, that's right.
The references to the AUC, generic cost of capital, is because for the last 3 PBR reporting periods, we've used that as a proxy for how much of the ROE captures generic utility risk, and then there's a premium allowed to EPCOR because they have enhanced risk. And that's been accepted in the previous 2 filings. So the reference to the AUC information is purely just to show how much of the revised ROE is reflective of new or different changes to EPCOR and not just general market changes for risk for utilities in Alberta.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, just to pair the numbers with the appropriate party. So administration 10.49, utility advisor was 10.5, and Morview, I think you just said this, but it was you did provide a range as well, with 10.49 being at the bottom of that, and then but the actual recommendation was the 10.67, correct? That you put forward, or it was within that range?
It was within the
okay,
range.
Cool. Okay, and then I guess just to Morview, any thoughts on the 10.5, given that it's within that range? Any concerns?
So I think the 10.5 is a reasonable recommendation. It is at the bottom end of the utilities advisor's recommendation for a fair rate of return. It's on the lower end of our range as well, which addresses the concern that the U.S. utilities might not be directly comparable to the risk environment in Canada.
Great, thank you.
Any further questions then? Not hearing any more questions. Not going to ask anybody to speak. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. I'm going to move that 10B and 10C be deleted from attachment 9. Oh, sorry, 10B. I'll move that 10B be removed from attachment 9. Thanks, Herm. Please vote on the deletion of 10B.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. 10C is agreed to by all, so we will leave it in and move on. We're now on cost of debt. So 11A, administration's recommendation is that EPCOR provide further information to support that the cost of debt included in its filing reflects the current actual cost of borrowing to the EPCOR parent company. EPCOR has responded by saying that there are no changes to the method for calculating the debt and no changes to EPCOR's credit rating since the last application. EPCOR Water Services and EPCOR Utilities, Inc. have the same cost of debt. There's no difference in the credit rating. So I guess my question then is, does administration view 11A as having been addressed?
I think I might defer this to Morview.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
So to be clear, we didn't have any concerns with the cost of debt as proposed. We found that to be reasonable in the current PBR application. So the recommendation here is really maybe better suited to the other attachment, as it's more a forward-looking procedural recommendation. So we would expect that the utility in a PBR application, which is used to rebase rates, includes supporting evidence for all of the expense categories, including the cost of debt. In the current filing, the utility has indicated there's been no change, so there's no need to provide further support, but we felt that it would be appropriate to encourage the support for future applications.
Okay, I don't see that in attachment 10 specifically.
Item 12A.
Item 12A. Okay, justify the proposed cost of debt within, okay, so it's effectively in attachment 10. All right, then I'm going to move that item 11A be removed from attachment 9. Any questions on that? Councillor Stevenson.
Apologies, and is this one that is included in attachment 10?
It is, yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. Efficiency factor. The recommendation in 13A is that the efficiency factor be increased to 0.5%. EPCOR has agreed to that, so this item would remain in attachment 9 and be addressed in the subsequent compliance filing. Any questions on that? Takes us to performance measures then. So this gets a little bit trickier. We'll just take them one at a time. So 15A is that EPCOR provide a comprehensive description of how the proposed suite of performance measures provides a balanced view of overall performance and how the company is progressing towards achieving its strategic objectives. EPCOR has responded that the stakeholder engagement report also provides a summary of our process and results of our public engagement objectives. So I'll go first to administration. Do you feel that EPCOR's response in their response report adequately addresses this recommendation?
I think I'll pass this on to more of you to respond.
Okay.
Thank you. If we just take a step back, and if you're okay, I'm going to address both 15A and 15B.
Sure, yeah, thank you.
Because they're very much related. And I think we agree with EPCOR in their response that although we may not word it the same way, the performance measures are really there for the regulator, utility committee, to hold the company accountable to the commitments they're making in exchange for the rates that the ratepayers are paying. And really that's about demonstrating that value for the rates that they're paying. And so I think the descriptions that they provide improve upon the application. I wouldn't say it goes all the way, because I think, putting myself in committee's shoes, like, what is that golden thread from those proposed investments that they're asking ratepayers to fund, operating or capital investments, the priorities that have been established through the stakeholder engagement, to the performance measures? Like, what is that thread that enables a committee to understand how they're holding the company accountable? Now, having said that, I don't think providing a more fulsome sort of explanation around that is going to necessarily change specific performance measures. There are some recommendations related to that, and there are recommendations within attachment 10 that address sort of that go-forward approach. So I think, in my view, the explanation that's been provided would be sufficient.
Is sufficient, okay. Mr. Beckett, any thoughts on this item or this group of items?
Nope, nothing to add.
Okay, thank you. Questions then? Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, I guess just maybe a question that's applicable for this entire section for performance measures, and semi-process related question, because my understanding is that the vast majority or all of these are sort of that forward thinking and can be addressed on an ongoing basis in advance of the next PBR conversation. Is that a fair statement, or are there specific recommendations that I guess are pertinent and need to be changed or discussed today?
So I think the most foundational one is the one we highlighted in our presentation, so bear with me, please. That would be recommendation 20A in attachment 10. So that recommendation asks the utility committee asks for a review of the regulatory process and methodology with the utility committee with administration support as the lead in determining what that should look like in terms of everything overall, in terms of who's responsible to do what, and what's the best approach to take going forward. Now, that could mean keeping with what we have now. It could mean something different, and depending on the review compared to other regulatory authorities, as well as other best practices. But that is foundational to this approach.
Okay, and that type of review seems fairly extensive and expansive in terms of scope and scale. Is that fair?
Likely, it's hard to pin that down. We'd have to engage a consultant likely to help us determine what that would look like. I don't know if it makes sense to ask the consultant we have and what they think, but that's kind of where we would not be able to do it by ourselves without having a consultant help us through that process.
I'd say it's a large piece of work.
Okay, that's helpful. And maybe just I'll just go to EPCOR around 20.A as well, that type of review. Yeah, I guess any thoughts based on what you've heard from administration?
I'll answer that one. That is actually in our work plan for the consolidated filing, because we will be looking at all of the performance measures anyway. So if administration, and we want to have a broader group of involvement on that. Historically, EPCOR's led the charge and presented on it, but if others want to participate in that exercise, absolutely we can work with them.
That's really great to hear. So already in the work plan, amenable to that type of approach?
So I think I'll start and others can add. So I think if I'm understanding this, EPCOR does have it in their work plan. I think we want to take a step back from that and just kind of understand what role do you as a regulator and us as administration play in that process. So it's fine they're leading it, but who should be leading it and who are the parties that are involved in it? So it's that.
Okay, I'll leave it there. That's helpful.
So I'm sorry to insert myself, but that is my question too. Like, it's work that needs to be done. It's a big body of work. It's in the work plan. Should it be a required part of the next PBR, or should it live better in a subsequent motion of work that need to be done before the next PBR? It's kind of an open question.
Right, and so in our attachment 10, recommendation 20A, I think is a recommendation. That's what our recommendation is. That before the next PBR application, we take a thorough look at that. And that's what I was referencing is a big piece of work.
Yeah, I see that. I'm just, maybe if and when we get to attachment 10, are the elements in attachment 10 things that ought come with the next PBR, or things that ought be done before the next PBR? Because those are kind of two different things, or both perhaps.
I think it could be a combination of both. I think this one would be something that would have to come before the next PBR.
I do too. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that, and I think that conversation will be a really good one. I think for me, just some of the, the methodology in terms of, do we have mail-outs about the PBR process with billing? I think would be great to go through. Maybe just to Mr. Beckett. So I really hear your frustration with the wording, sort of stable and predictable. I don't think I have the same. I guess maybe what I would ask is, what would be alternative words that you think more accurately describe what maybe is more appropriately like incremental, predictable. I mean, and I appreciate you don't like predictable. Anyway, how would you describe the rates? Because they don't seem volatile. Like, I think that's what I'm struggling with, is I don't think they seem the opposite to stable and predictable. But I hear that you don't feel those words quite hit the mark.
Well, I felt so strongly about this that I looked the word stable up in the dictionary. And the definition is not changing. The rates are changing over time, and they do change with every rebasing. So that's my fight with the word stable.
Yeah.
As far as predictable is concerned, if everything plays out according to forecast, then the rates will predictably increase by a set amount per year, and everybody's good. But in my utility experience, things rarely play out as everybody forecasts they will, and there may be some adjustments. As far as a different word is concerned, I'd have to go back to my dictionary.
Well, and I mean, I think on that point, I understand that the non-regular adjustments, sorry, I don't think that's the right term. But
Non-routine.
non-routine, thank you. Non-routine adjustments, there have been 2 applied in how many years?
Yeah. I think we had one or two this year related to LRT. So,
Gotcha.
so perhaps, Councillor, I could try clarifies EPCOR's intent in the use of those words. We intend to we use them colloquially to mean, as you have suggested, not volatile. We know the rates increases. It's baked into our formula. We are not following a strict definition of exactly stable. I think in our experience, and hopefully in your collective experience, for the most part, we stay within the box of the approval. We do have some surprises from time to time, but for the most part, it's been fairly, I would say, not volatile, as you pointed out. So we can certainly take that wording away in deference to the utility advisor and perhaps characterize it in a little different way going forward. So.
Yeah, when I think it gets to some of the other points which the utility advisor has also brought up in terms of how, if we are maybe looking at a different approach to engagement, I do take the advisor's points around the deferral account approach, and I think that Edmontonians could come to weigh in on what the pros and cons of each one are. But again, I think that comes down to needing to characterize those in different ways using different language. Anyway, I think that's all captured in 20A, so no huge concerns there. This is just a small question, and I apologize. Oh, sorry, yeah. Just if you put your mic on, you're more than welcome to.
I think the reason stable and predictable bothers me so much is that it's used in the public consultation. And I think that skews the discussion away from, would you like lower rates with some volatility or higher rates with no volatility?
Right.
So now that I think about it, I think you've put your finger on it. It's the public consultation part of it that I think needs some attention.
Yeah, and I also appreciate the tension coming from EPCOR that we want to be using plainer language, but I think, yeah, anyway, I think it's something to evolve, and I think that the conversation outlined in 20A allows us to do that moving forward. Just very quickly, because we're talking about performance measures, I still just wanted a bit more reassurance around removing the condition rating as a performance measure, because I'm still don't see how we're then ensuring that effective, that condition ratings remain at a high level.
I'll take that one. We do still calculate it. It's a calculation that's done once a year, and every year it's the same number. So,
but if, and I take your point that it doesn't fluctuate over time. I'm just going to keep going for a quick minute, if that's all right. Okay. But let's say it's taken out of a performance measure. What are the incentives to keep that number the same? Because it's a good number. It's where we want to be.
I think it ties in a little bit in some of the other measures of if we don't want to see failures occurring. But the other aspect in our filing is we have a capital program that we will report on our progress on it, and it's that capital program that drives the change in that number. And so as we continue to keep our capital programs in place and continuing to coordinate with Building Great Neighborhoods and other things, that's where you will see the progress happening. It just maybe doesn't make sense as an annual performance measure that's targeted against a penalty regime on the rates. But it is certainly something we can continue to report on in our progress reporting, not as
Right.
one of the measures.
Well, and I think that makes sense if it's really coupled with the capital investment plan to say, we're making this capital investment plan to maintain this condition rating, basically, yeah.
Yeah, so for example, when I presented on the local sewer rehabilitation program, I mentioned that there's almost 5,000 kilometers that fit in that category, and we're touching 60 to 70 kilometers of the highest risk category. So, you know, you kind of have to look at the macro and micro scale. So as Susan said, yes, that 70 kilometers is a prudent investment because they're the highest risk ones. But on the macro level, it doesn't change the overall, that's kind of noticeable for the purposes of measuring year-to-year performance.
Yeah, okay, thank you for the allowance.
No, it's good to finish the thoughts. Councillor Jans?
Yeah, thank you. Is this the area where I could continue the thread about river health and performance measures?
Sure.
Yeah, sorry, trying to find my notes here. Yeah, just earlier we had started talking about load and concerns about potentially regulating the load. And what I'm worried about is we know that the provincial regulator is going to be tightening up. So why are we not building those assumptions in now? And why are we not sort of, I guess, being anticipatory there? I don't know if somebody wants to speak to that.
I think we'll start with EPCOR. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Councillor Jans, in our wastewater collection performance measures right now, we have two measures in there, the stormwater flow monitoring and the reportable environmental incidents. Both of those are tied to our regulatory requirements with the environmental regulator. Our current approval with Alberta Environment has basically the measures that the stormwater flow monitoring measures in there. We're in the process right now with the regulator of renewing that approval for the next 10 years. And in that, we anticipate we are going to get more or slightly different than the stormwater flow monitoring, but we don't have that direction yet.
Okay. Another question I had is related to, so I think it's exciting we're doing the wastewater bin program again. Do we have a measure in terms of a target of what we want uptake to be?
Sorry, could you repeat that? The wastewater what measure?
The bins, the like rain bins, rain barrels?
The stormwater rebate program. So again, what was your question again? Sorry.
Do we have a target on what we expect uptake to be? Like, we're offering it, that's good, but if we are trying to incent more users to keep their water on their own property, are we aiming for, 5% of customers to take us up on that, on the barrel program?
So it's not just the rain barrel program. We're looking at other form factors such as rain gardens and storage and all that. So the rain barrel will be a very small piece of it. That is in the stormwater rebate performance measure. What we've got in there is 150 projects per year. We haven't sized them based on big sizes or little sizes in their projects, because as we'll see certain customers. Some might be a commercial customer that's doing a very big project that will take a larger rebate, or it could be a single family home that takes a smaller project. But the idea is we have $580,000 a year available for the mix of customers to draw off of.
So that seems light, though. Like, if we are trying to reduce load and increase uptake, 150 projects or even $580,000 is nothing. We're talking about $800 million of capital spending over this period.
So, Councillor Jans, the rebate program is just one of many parts of the program, and so we do have our LID program, which is this very significant capital program as well, which will continue. In addition, we are continuing to cooperate with the City of Edmonton and multiple other initiatives to get this in. So the rebate is an add-on program to the very extensive programs we already have in place and are continuing.
And my understanding is that our LID program is a bit limited by the policies of the City of Edmonton related to our roadways compared to, say, that of the Government of Alberta with the Henday or other jurisdictions in terms of where we can do LID in adjacent to roads and other city infrastructure. I don't know if this is the place to have that conversation, but where is the place to have that conversation?
So I won't go into a lot of details here because I know we're sort of time, but the conversation is happening as part of the Complete Streets design reviews. And we have multiple committees with ourselves and the city working through those conversations.
And does that include major road infrastructure as well too, interchanges, all of that?
I would have to get back to you on that.
Like say like the Yellowhead or Twilliger or other major projects underway?
For those projects, we have specifically worked with the city department on the LID components that we can incorporate into those particular designs for both Terwilliger and Yellowhead.
Yeah. So what I think I hear you saying, to paraphrase, is that there are discharge measurements coming from the regulator. We don't know them yet. We have some already in our plan. We have a number of LID initiatives underway and some performance measures related to those, and ongoing conversations about expanding ways to keep water on site is being handled through other conversations at other tables. So what I think I hear EPCOR saying is no further performance measures are necessary at this time. Is that a correct summation?
That would be correct. I think we have a balance of the various performance measures we have that cover the breadth of the various programs we have underway, along with our approved capital program, which is also moving in that direction, which may not be covered in the performance measure, but is covered in our capital obligations.
And is it fair to ask the city or the utility advisor if they agree with those conclusions?
Certainly.
Mr. Chair, is it fair to ask them?
Yeah,
that they...
it's fair to ask, but I think we've got rate filing experts here and not complete street experts here.
No, the other pieces about the need for more performance measures on, like, have we allocated enough in these pieces?
Go ahead. Yeah.
So I think that would be part of the recommendation in
10.
attachment 10 that we spoke of, to review the whole process and assess it based on the regulatory and best standards.
So I'll take my turn. I'll just build on what Councillor Janz's question is, if that's okay. When we talk about performance measures that are embedded in the rate filing and embedded in how rates are calculated, there's a punitive part of that if they don't meet particular standards, then there's rate penalties that are paid, correct? And so is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Sorry, I was nodding.
So before we, arbitrarily and quickly embed something in a rate filing that might result in punitive measures or those kinds of things, we ought to be careful about that. Make sure that the utility is actually in control of the things that we're talking about, those kinds of aspects. Yes?
Yes, a proper review before implementing anything is prudent.
Right. So attachment 10 makes reference to, and Harm has made reference to, a pretty comprehensive body of work that would speak to performance measures and, ahead of the next rate filing. Perhaps that's a place for this conversation. Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Great. So just so I'm clear, so right now we're talking about recommendations 15A and B, and it sounds like potentially we could strike those because of the work that's going to be capturing attachment 10, recommendation 20, yes. Is that?
That's my understanding.
Okay, that's my understanding as well. So I just want to, and I just wanted to dig into that recommendation 20, because I think I asked earlier what would that look like, and I think you outlined administration. You outlined a few things there, but I'm just like thinking this through. But like, wouldn't that require a lot of like site visits, a lot of really like technical understanding of the ins and outs of water and wastewater? Like, I don't foresee it just like sitting in a room, all day workshop with engagement expert. But I see a lot of like field work as well. Is that I don't know. Is that the role of? Is that an adequate understanding of the role that the regulator might take to really understand and review those measurements?
In reference to field work, I guess I'm not sure necessarily if that would be the case. I think that would be one of the main reasons why we would need a consultant to kind of help us navigate this.
Okay.
And to determine what that plan would look like and what the pros and cons of making it larger or smaller, for example.
Yeah. And then do we know, like, how do other regulators do that kind of exercise?
I think I'd probably refer that to more of you for a response.
Thank you for the question. And, you know, maybe I'll just start with one of the reasons the recommendation is structured the way it is to review the process, because we didn't do a full review of what other regulators did. But I could tell you what we found from sort of a preliminary screening. And so we looked at a few different regulators, and I'll mention the ones that are particularly in the water and wastewater space. So we looked at IPART, which is the Independent Pricing and Regulatory Tribunal in New South Wales, Australia. We looked at the Office of Water that regulates the water and wastewater companies in England and Wales. And we also looked at the Water Industry Commission for Scotland, which is interesting because it's similar to the situation you have here in that Scottish Water is the only water and wastewater company that that commission regulates. They are the provider for the country of Scotland. And so when we, again, did sort of a preliminary look, we do see that the first two that I mentioned, the performance measure approach is for the regulator to impose performance measures. Now, that's not in isolation. It's an iterative, collaborative, consultative process. And what we saw from the Scottish example is they've gone through a bit of a journey in terms of where that responsibility lies. And now they are moving towards, again, having the regulator have a much more active role in setting performance measures.
Okay, I mean, obviously lots to draw upon, I guess, for EPCOR. That's part of your work plan, but I'm assuming you have sort of envisioned how you've looked at other examples.
So I'll answer that. So we already, each time as we're preparing for a PBR, we do look at Ofwat, Australia, National Benchmarking Exchange. I have not looked at Scottish Water specifically yet, but we certainly can. It's a combination of understanding what do we have actually data on as well. So some of these performance measures, we may not actually be collecting the data in the form for it to be a performance measure. Typically in that case, if we see something that looks like it might be a good future performance measure, we'll start collecting the data in the previous PBR, so when the time comes later, we can add it. I think for the wastewater collection, however, it should also be noted, we inherited a number of performance measures that came over from the City of Edmonton drainage utility, and so in the previous PBR, they were ones that had been set by the city many years prior to that.
Okay.
And so a bit of the evolution is as well transitioning them from old city measures into the PBR framework. So absolutely in the consolidated filing, we know it's time to take a refresh look back.
Yeah.
And doing it with all the utilities, if we're going to go out and look at other options, makes sense to do it as a group.
Yeah, sounds like it's going to be pretty comprehensive. And actually, that was one of my questions too, is that, should any of these change, like how feasible is it for you to actually collect that data? So there's a bit of, so you don't want to just kind of change it overwhelmingly on the spot. I guess finally to Mr. Beckett, because you also noted that, the regulator should probably take more leadership in some of this conversation. Kind of in the process that was described, is that kind of what you had in mind, or are you on side with some of how that process might go? I know there's still a lot of work that needs to be done.
I guess I'd say I'm on side with anything that makes progress.
Great.
And this sounds like it'll make progress.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, so I will move that items 15A and 15B be removed from attachment 9. Any further questions or comments? Please vote. Bless you.
Councillor Jans, are you with us? We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. We now get into some specific measures. So 16A is the customer service index on wastewater collection. It's been recommended that EPCOR retain the response time measures, such as service maintenance calls and emergency dig-ups, in the customer service index, and EPCOR disagrees with that. Maybe I'll go to EPCOR first and maybe just remind us why you disagree with that.
Just a reminder, Councillor, they are in the performance metrics. They're just located in our proposal in the reliability index rather than the customer service index. And we recommended that approach so there was a balanced number of performance measures. You know, if you've got one category worth 30% and you have 3 measures, they each count 10%. If they're all equal, load it up with 6, you dilute them to 5% apiece, and they're not as indicative. So that was the only difference. But if you wanted to direct, they'd be located in a different category. You know,
So they're still there, just in a different category.
they're still there, just in a different place. But if you wanted to locate them in another place,
And I'll add, because the ones where we move them is they're aligned with their equivalents on the water side right now. So the water equivalent failure mechanisms and response times are located in the reliability service metrics on the water side. In the previous PBR, we had the inherited drainage ones in there. And so that's a little bit, it's a bit of a transition to the shifting.
Okay. Administration, does that seem reasonable?
I think there's been a bit of nuance perhaps on this one, so perhaps I'll defer this one to more of you.
Thank you. And I might connect this one to 17B, and I think Councillor Stevenson, you asked a question earlier about the infrastructure condition rating, and having been in similar shoes to EPCOR, as I would agree with them on the infrastructure condition rating. It doesn't change. It's sort of spread out over your whole system. So I would agree with them on that. I think what then is missing, I would think, for committee is, again, tying what are those commitments around service reliability, infrastructure reliability, what are those commitments relative to the proposed investments in those areas? And so my understanding is because those were removed from the service reliability or the system reliability index, these response time measures were proposed to go in there, just as Ms. Ansel has said. So those are sort of related. You'll note from the recommendations, and this is getting to Councillor Cartmell's point before, is, I'm not sure it's wise to sort of pick and choose and make adjustments sort of on the fly. Most of our recommendations had words like evaluate, consider, because we recognize that the performance measures are part of a suite of performance measures and not just a series of individual performance measures. So I would think that committee would want to see what are those commitments related to system reliability, service reliability, which has that follow-on impact of moving those other two.
Yeah, so I appreciate that. I also wonder, though, that if it's not part of that comprehensive piece of work that we're going to do as a knock-on event, and I'm not sure I want to hang up this current rate filing and everything that needs to, all of the procedural stuff that has to come with that on, trying to tease out these performance metrics right this minute. So I just have an apprehension of timing, in terms of, and do we really have an apprehension? How serious is the apprehension that we have that EPCOR's, reliability and customer service ethic isn't there in the performance of the work? So I don't have that apprehension, but I leave it to others about, where they feel about that. Councillor Tang?
I guess for 16, I guess I interpreted the recommendation as just having more measures to focus more on the ratepayer versus like the system. Is that appropriate to say?
My mic is still on. I would say that is certainly, when you look at industry as a whole, that's where the industry is going, is to really ensure you're taking that, customer lens and looking at how are your performance measures related to that service that you're providing customers.
Yeah.
So rather than necessarily like an infrastructure condition rating, for example, you're looking at service reliability, and we see that as a fairly common measure in the industry. around service interruptions, for example, service interruption frequency or duration. Whereas what we see in this suite of performance measures is very much focused on response times, which is sort of after something has happened. And, you know, what we see in the slides that EPCOR provided earlier demonstrating significant investment around sewer renewal and whatnot, the intent of those would be to improve service reliability or reduce risk around infrastructure.
Right.
But to your question, so it would be looking at it through that customer lens and looking at what's the impact on the service to customers.
Yeah, and I had the same kind of similar thought about some of the recommendations about kind of shifting, as Mr. Kennedy said, kind of shifting things, and then you end up with system reliability with just two left, versus like, you know, like it's, I'm like, it feels a little bit lopsided, and is that a problem? And it sounds like you're saying it could potentially pose a bit of an issue. I guess I just want to make sure, like, you know, those two measures, even though they are currently, you're suggesting they're under system reliability, this still very much has that retaining that customer lens, correct?
Yes, absolutely. They do support the customers, but it's from the perspective of, I think in the customer service measures, they're more about, we got to your site, you called us, we came quickly and we got there, we may not have resolved it. These two performance measures are about the service being restored, so the reliability of you being able to flush your toilet.
Yeah.
And so that's sort of how we differentiate them. It may not be reliability of the asset per se, but it's the reliability of how the customer's using that asset.
Yeah, and now I'm getting all my reports confused, but I think I read somewhere that, like, sort of for the next application, you'll be looking at some additional measures when it comes to customer satisfaction and when they interact with call center. Is that in your response report, if I recall?
Yeah, well, we do track a number of those things today, and I think that would be a great subject in my mind, Councillor, for this broader step back and look in the next application at the whole suite.
Yeah, so I think for me, like I'm comfortable with what's here, what is in the filing, and I think, I mean, I feel like now that recommendation 20 in attachment 10 is almost like a catch-all for a lot of these conversations potentially. So anyway, so I'm comfortable with that approach. Just wanted. Yeah, so you know, that's my understanding is that, you know, we can delete, but recognizing this will be part of those conversations. We're tracking that somewhere. We're not going to lose it. So that's you're asking other committee members how they felt. That's how I felt.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, I think I'm also comfortable with deleting 16A at this time, recognizing the work that will come. And I think I picked up, that seems to be in attachment 10, sort of that 24A, that really comprehensive relook. I guess my only question would be, how important is it to have consistency in the PBR measures over multiple PBRs? Are they sort of self-contained? Like, I guess what I'm trying to say is, usually when you have benchmarks and measures, you want to have, like when we do an employee survey, we want to be asking the same questions over and over again so that we get comparable results. But that's not the same risk with a PBR, right? It can kind of be self-contained to the period. So if we have measures this year, we keep them, you know, as proposed by EPCOR. Maybe in the next filing, we're switching them around or adding new measures. That's okay.
I guess I would say is having consistency from some perspective is good. I think as part of the PR process, there is an opportunity to improve when we find something that is more appropriate to move forward with. So I think that's part of that balance. In terms of what was been proposed in the recommendations, it was proposed more as a suite, not knowing which recommendations would get approved or not. So it was proposed as the whole thing.
Yeah.
And so given the direction this is taking, it would change sort of the approach that we could take as an example. So it's that goal of improvement and making sure the measures measure the value to the ratepayer.
Yeah, and I think that is, like, I really appreciate that point about needing to draw that clearer line. And I guess just to EPCOR, you know, I'm assuming that lopsidedness could be compensated with you could change the weightings of those, but then we're into another exercise, right? And again, maybe best to save those energies for the more comprehensive review coming up.
Yeah, are you talking about for this application,
Yeah, like,
Counselor?
so let's say we kept 16A in, you had to move those over, then you'd potentially also have to recalculate your weightings?
Yeah, we would
Yeah.
recalculate some things if we had to. I mean, that's certainly something that's doable.
Yeah, okay, but not, yeah. Okay, I remain comfortable with deleting 16A, recognizing the work that will come forward. But deleting 16A doesn't undermine how important I think this work is, and, you know, how much, I think we'll get to a much better place when we dig into it much more comprehensively.
Do you want to move deletion of 16A? Oh, did you? Yeah,
Sure.
okay.
You're also doing a great job of being the
Oh,
mover.
well, then, okay, you've now moved it, according to the board, Councillor Tang.
Okay,
So,
moved it.
not hearing any further commentary or speaking to, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. Takes us then to item 17A. Now, these are System Reliability and Optimization Index. And so the recommendation here is that EPCOR evaluate whether the full property flood inspection measure should be replaced by a lagging indicator. And the feedback is that EPCOR disagrees that they should evaluate. So I'm not quite sure how to read that. And I'm not sure what the intent is. Like, is the intent that evaluate and change something in the rate filing, or evaluate? Because evaluate feels like a future-looking thing.
Thanks for the question. I think, you know, as I had mentioned before,
yeah,
the reason we worded the recommendations the way they are, recognizing that this is a suite of performance measures. So,
yeah,
you know, give EPCOR an opportunity to evaluate that measure. I think just taking a step back, again, similar to my comments around sort of system reliability, service reliability. In this case, we're talking about flood mitigation. Again, EPCOR is recommending some significant investments around flood mitigation. I think it would be appropriate to have performance measures around how is that risk, flood risk, being reduced. But again, the recommendation is worded around evaluate, and if they deemed it appropriate to introduce something. But again, that other recommendation in attachment 10, I think, would capture the go-forward approach.
Any thoughts from EPCOR on that?
Yeah, just briefly, no objection to evaluating. I guess it seems like maybe we're not evaluating if we've gone away and evaluated and come back with the same answer. You know, respectfully. So I think that's all it is. I do think this would be more suitable for this large step back and reconsider the whole suite of metrics rather than improvising something on the fly. And I'd go back in this particular example. Really our concern was setting measures around things that are within the utilities' control versus outside, and that's a great philosophical debate about setting a future performance metrics regime rather than something to improvise a change to in the moment, would be my view.
Mr. Beckett, any thoughts
Yeah.
on this one?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think evaluate suggests that this is something that'll probably be incorporated into a future application rather than being something that'll affect this particular application.
I'm not seeing anybody else on the board, so I'm going to move that items 17A and 17B be removed from attachment 9. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. Item 18A is with respect to H2S, 1 hour and 24 exceedances measures, and it seems my understanding is that one is sort of almost on a per occasion versus an aggregated reporting. Maybe I'll just get admin to remind us what the intent of this recommendation was, and if it's something that needed to be done before, as part of this immediate rate filing. You can just go right ahead. You don't need to be introduced yet.
I think this one also gets back to Councillor Tang's question around sort of that asset-centric versus customer-centric sort of take on performance measures. And it seems like from EPCOR's response, they recognize that and have committed in their response to look at it again as part of the next consolidated filing. So.
Yeah. Anything further from EPCOR?
Yeah, and we're okay with that recommendation. Just to explain how the metric is designed today and what its intent is, it essentially looks at the H2S measurements at two different air quality monitoring stations, one in Beverly and one in Gold Bar, that are a fair distance away from Gold Bar, the plant. And they're averaged to try and get a better representation of the state of the air quality in the air shed rather than those two individual points. So it's we don't average to not be transparent with the performance of the air quality at those two stations, but it's to try to get a better view of the airshed as a whole. These two stations are part of a broader airshed monitoring program by the Strathcona Industrial Association. So that's kind of the reason why. But we're okay with the change too. It doesn't effectively change how we're continuing to strive to make that performance better.
So it could be one or the other. You're ambivalent?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, so my question is, in the report, I think this is under your disagree bucket, but then in the presentation, it says agreed. So I was just wondering, so I'm like, oh, you changed your position. Then should this one just kind of stay in attachment 9?
I guess technically we're really responding to the way the recommendation was worded, which is to evaluate.
Right.
So we agree to evaluate.
Okay.
I think in thinking it through, either way you resolve it, either metric you set is ultimately acceptable. They're not material changes.
Right. And then given, I think both of these are under wastewater treatment. And the next one, 19A, is also, it's agreed, so presumably we'll keep that one in attachment 9. I think my preference would be actually just to leave 18A and 19.
Yeah, for
19A, both of them.
we agreed
That's the
and agreed with
biosolid.
the change.
That's right. So for me, I'm okay with keeping both of them, recognizing there's a bigger body of work that will look at everything.
Yep. Okay.
I guess just one final question, recognizing we're towards the end. I think, Mr. Beckett, I didn't really see a whole lot of commentary in your report about the performance framework, but you're good with the overall matrix. Recognizing there's a bigger body of work that will be coming in the coming years.
Yeah, I made a conscious effort this time around to try not to duplicate the work that the consultants for the city were doing, so I didn't really focus on performance measures.
But given the conversation today, you're satisfied with some of the approach?
Performance measures are a key aspect of performance-based regulation, and they should be subject to constant improvement.
Excellent, thank you. Sorry, I just had one more kind of broad question. Unless you want me to wait until we approve everything, or we amend everything.
Like away from attachment 9, or?
Yeah, because I'm just wondering, okay, now that we've sort of amended stuff, we've taken things out, what is your estimated overall impact on the final rate? I know you still have to do some analysis around that, but what's the magnitude we're talking about?
So, Councillor Tang, we would have to take that back. I think the most significant one is the impact on the water consumption, on the residential per site consumption. So that's something I'm not prepared to
fair
provide
enough.
an answer to today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, just a quick one. Are the individual exceedances reported anywhere today?
Yeah, we're obliged to report those to Alberta Environment and Protected Areas, as well as in our performance report to Utility Committee every year.
Sorry, what was the body that you report up to?
To the environmental regulator, Alberta Environment.
Yeah, so does Alberta Environment have any sort of public-facing, I don't know, dashboard or information place where that information is available to the public?
Yeah, they do have a somewhat difficult to read data warehouse, if you will, of all air quality monitoring data in the province, but all of our reporting to them is, if you will, on the public record, and we include it in our monthly and annual reports that we give to the regulator. We put on our website. They're in the performance report to you, of course, because they're one of our performance measures as well.
Yeah, okay, that's great. Yeah, no, look forward to further evaluation and conversation about that one. Thanks.
Website too.
Okay, so I don't hear a desire to remove 18A, but that does kind of leave EPCOR with picking one or the other, because the recommendation says evaluate. It doesn't say do this or do that. So is there a desire to be more directive than that?
Sorry, so my interpretation of that one is that they will take it away, they will look at those options and then come back with an answer, which I don't feel like holds up this.
I don't think it, yeah.
Well, actually, does it?
Well, they'll come back with one or the other in their compliance report or compliance filing.
Probably would be cleaner to get direction to either.
Yeah, it would.
Be easier for us. We're fine either way.
So the options are reporting on discrete violations at either one or the other station versus violations that come out of the averaging of the two.
We would be fine either way because it will not impact our ability to deliver the compliance filing in a reasonable timeframe.
Right.
If that helps.
Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, I would just throw my hat in with reporting individual exceedances. Again, thinking of that customer focus, that's what's meaningful to Edmontonians.
Okay, then I'm going to suggest that item 18A be restated to say that EPCOR revise the H2S exceedances monitoring to be done on a discrete station basis and not an averaging basis.
Yeah. So we'll just have to recalculate the target for that, but we can do that as part of the compliance filing.
Yeah, and that won't hold you up.
That won't hold us up.
Okay. So I'm gonna move that 18A be restated on that basis. Not seeing any further commentary, please vote on that.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. Okay, so here's where I think we're at. We've had the presentations, we've seen the various positions. Committee has crafted a revised attachment 9, which advises EPCOR on what to do so that they can return with a compliance filing at a future utility committee meeting. Perhaps they can give us advice as to whether that would be the November 8th or the December 13th meeting, if they know that today, because then we can properly fill in our motions that we have to pass. I feel like we have sort of two outstanding buckets of things to do. And one is just returning to Mr. Beckett's questions and comments, just to make sure that we've properly addressed all of those. And the other would be that I think we're at a point where EPCOR can complete its compliance filing, and they know what we expect of them. There's a bit of a question around attachment 10, and I view that as almost a work plan for the next PBR in a way. You know, certain things are going to be required in that next PBR. Certain things are pieces of work to do ahead of that PBR. We can go through that. We can refer attachment 10 to a future meeting to just have a work plan conversation, and administration and EPCOR can look at those things and perhaps divide them up as to which are required and which are work plan things. We can talk about it more this afternoon. So I'm going to suggest we kind of go for our break a few minutes early. We've got a 15-minute break recess to take, and maybe we can contemplate that and plan out the rest of our day. Does that seem reasonable? Very good. See you at 3:40. Order. Start with a quick roll call. Councillor Paquette, I don't think he's managed to join us. Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Stevenson. You're on the board. Did you have anything to add at this point? Nope. Okay. So I'm going to suggest we quickly go to attachment 10 and ask any questions, one round of questions, if anybody has any on attachment 10. And then I think we're just about finished. So please sign up. Councillor Tang.
Sorry, I'm just switching gears a little bit. For the cost of service and the rate design for the future cycle, looking at administrative fees, I'm assuming the intent is to find, this is to administration, the intent is to find efficiency and opportunity to further reduce like the administrative cost aspect of the bill?
Sorry, which recommendation are you referring to?
Number 5, I believe. Or am I?
Oh, you mean for the direct versus indirect cost?
Yeah. Yes. Direct versus indirect administrative costs.
Yes, so this is more around, more so on, and perhaps I'll let Maury jump if they feel the need to here, but it's more around the idea that right now the ratio of the direct versus indirect is quite high, relatively speaking. And so just based on seeing that, there's potentially an opportunity for greater efficiency to be found, but there's not enough information to really determine if that's the case. So that's why the recommendation is to evaluate, if that's...
No, that's all good. I think it just sounds like if there's efficiency, there will be an impact to the ratepayer, but we need to explore that. Yeah. I guess just on number 7, on the rate design, it's very technical for the wastewater collection and treatment. And then just in terms of, you have mentioned some information missing, but could it be that the EWS as a reorged structure is still relatively new to have such information? And I think I was just wondering like how significant this information would be to have that material impact on the, on the outcome of the cycle of the PBR application.
So to the materiality, that's probably something EPCOR would probably be a better position to answer. However, in terms of the the desire to bring these up, it's more from the basis of delving into whether or not any subsidization is occurring.
Okay.
Because these refer to the allocation of customer costs relative to classes, and whether or not there is or isn't any sort of that happening.
Okay. I don't know if EWS have any comments.
I think going back to what Susan had talked about earlier, updating our cost of service study for the consolidated PBR application is part of our work plan as well. So some of these components will be addressed as part of that.
Okay, and then just was my assumption, right, that, right now it feels like there may be some missing information, but because you're a relatively new reorg kind of organization, that it still takes some time to kind of collect that information. So for the next cycle, perhaps you have more data to work with. Okay. I see nods. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. And then just on the performance measures, just a few extra questions. Number 24, let me just make sure I have this right. Recommendation number 24. It just says appropriate party, so it's not very definitive whose role. And I guess my initial question was, how do you envision rolling this out? But part of the designing the process will, I guess I'm assuming you'll line up on who is doing what.
So essentially, this goes back to our previous conversation about the role of the regulator.
Do you mind speaking closer to the mic?
Oh, apologies.
Thanks.
This goes back to recommendation 20A, where it talks about the role of the regulator.
Yeah.
So essentially, Through that process and defining the roles of certain processes of who does what will trigger recommendations 24A,
Oh, I see.
25A, 26A, and 27A.
Okay. So you mean recommendation 20? Oh, 20A.
20A, the
Okay.
results of 20A would
Yes,
trigger
perfect.
who would
Okay.
do, yeah.
Okay, that's actually, that kind of led to my other question. And I'll just say for the 24 to 27, you know, lots of suggestions around indicators to strengthen the focus on customers. I really appreciate that. I think the next utility committee will have a really good time with this really big exercise. Thank you. That's all my question.
Thank you. So on attachment 10, I feel like a subsequent motion is required for EPCOR and administration collectively to bring back a work plan to work through all of the items in attachment 10 and either determine if they're part of the next PBR or if they're work to be done before the next PBR. Certainly 20A is something I think that is a big body of work before the next rate filing. And that, does that make sense if subsequent was moved to that effect? And we can talk about that down the road a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so I'll just add that to my list of subsequents that need to be made and other motions that need to be made. So thank you for that. I'm going to, just to Mr. Beckett then, so, you know, through the course of the day, we've had the conversations back and forth. I just want to maybe ask you one more time if you think there's anything that's missing here. We've got a revised attachment 9 that advises EPCOR of what utility committee is expecting. Have we missed anything? Is there further guidance that you might offer?
Attachment 9 looks pretty good to me.
Okay.
I feel somewhat slighted by the fact that attachment 10 doesn't address any of the utility advisor's recommendations.
Okay, then maybe we'll tie the two together and talk about a work plan that addresses both.
Yes.
That seem reasonable?
Yes.
Okay, okay, can do that. Okay, if there's no further questions or no further I know this has been somewhat ad hoc and not exactly following our usual rules, but I think we've accomplished what we need to. So, shall I just run through the various motions then, and I can make them, or does anybody want to make them? Does it matter? Okay. Sure. Yeah. Absolutely. So I'm going to move the recommendations in attachment 1. Pardon me, in item 7.1, sorry, Madam Clerk. And so those recommendations read as follows. 1, that the proposed 2025-2027 wastewater performance-based regulation application be adjusted for recommendations in the revised attachment 9 of the October 11th, 2024 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 02677, prior to City Council approval of wastewater rates effective April 1st, 2025, and 2, that the next EPCOR performance-based regulation application factors in findings from the recommendations in attachment 10 of October 11th, 2024 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 02677.
Councillor, did I hear you that you would like to, rather than direct attachment 10, that you would like further work be done on that first?
Yeah, I do.
Can we
So let's
replace
strike item 2 of that. Thank you.
We can replace that with some alternate wording. Just give us a moment, and then if that is acceptable, you can move them.
Maybe we'll do alternative wording as a subsequent. We can take that in a moment if that works.
Sure, that is fine. We will take out part 2.
Great, thank you. So that motion is on the floor, part 1 of it, as you see it now, to speak.
Councillor Carswell, can I just interject for 1 second? Sorry, just to make sure I understood that. And I know not following proper protocol.
That's
here
okay,
today.
go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
So recommendation 2. So we do need a recommendation for you to approve that, and then a work plan can be brought back reflecting how that work will be done.
Okay, so I'm getting a bit of conflicting feedback.
If we do it as a subsequent, we can work that out. We'll work that out.
That would be my recommendation, is if you're okay with what's in attachment 10, the recommendations we're making to be work that's to be brought back before the next PBR application, that you approve attachment 10, and then a subsequent could be a work plan be brought forward, whatever date, to show how that work's going to be done.
Okay, how about this then? How about a number 2 that reads that EPCOR and administration return to utility committee with a work plan to address the items contained within attachment 10 of this report. And then a number 3 that reads that subsequent to review and acceptance of that work plan, that the next EPCOR performance-based regulation application factors in the findings and recommendations arising from that work.
Yeah, I can support that. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, just a point of order, so I'm clear, but just like the feedback from the utility advisor, is that captured in what
Sorry.
you just said? Or do
It's
can
not.
You, okay,
It's
can
not.
you,
So, that's okay. Thank you. No, thank you for the reminder. It's like driving with one eye shut and using your big toe. That number 2 should include a work plan to address the items in attachment 10 and the recommendations of the utility advisor's report of this date. And then number 3 would be act on those recommendations in the next PBR as informed by the work plan conversation.
So just appreciating we might not have captured your words verbatim, we will make sure the minutes captures exactly what you did say.
I would say that subsequent to the submission of the work plan in item 2, that EPCOR incorporate the recommendations in attachment 10 into the next PBR.
That works, yeah.
More or less. Okay.
Just for absolute clarity, the recommendations of the utility advisor, I'm not sure if I'm clear on what those are.
Well, I think they are more or less embedded in the utility advisor's review report. So that can be reviewed and content arising from that. Is that fair, Mr. Beckett?
Yeah, I can certainly summarize the recommendations and provide it to EPCOR and city administration.
Sure, that sounds great. So we'll, I don't think we need to motion that, but we'll, Mr. Beckett will provide a summary document that includes his recommendations to both EPCOR and administration and can work on it from there.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And just so, I'll read the motion again, just very quickly, that the proposed 2025-2027 wastewater performance-based regulation application be adjusted for the recommendations in revised attachment 9 of the October 11th, 2024 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 02677, prior to City Council approval of the wastewater rates effective April 1, 2025. 2, that administration work with EPCOR to develop a plan that supports the implementation of the recommendations in attachment 10, including recommendations from the utility advisor. And 3, subsequent to the submission of the work plan in item 2, that EPCOR incorporate the recommendations in attachment 10 into the next PBR. And my guess is that the work plan conversation will revise attachment 10 accordingly so that it's properly informing EPCOR of the next PBR requirements. That work, my guess, speaking or introducing it now, my guess is that work plan conversation will talk about work that needs to be done before the next PBR application, including all of that stuff that's contained in item 20A, the talk around performance measures, tying performance measures to what customers can expect by way of performance, what capital investments support what metrics, that all of the conversation and dialogue we've had today as a separate, rather large body of work. Speaking to the motion, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you so much. I did want to briefly take some time to say thank you so much to everyone across the table from us. This is an immense amount of work, and I could not have navigated it without the advice of each of you and the expertise that has been shared with us today and in all the written material. I'm pretty pleased of where we've ended up. I think we've added some changes that strengthen the value proposition for ratepayers, while also, balancing capacity and necessity with what EPCOR, the work that they're able to do, so that we don't slow down this important process. I've been thinking, I've gotten my thesaurus out, so thinking about the words, but I think what we have, what's proposed here, what I think we'll see in our compliance filing, is what I would describe as steady rates for Edmontonians. They are increasing, but it's incremental, it's reasonable, and I think those increases show value, and they also avoid the service erosion or deferred capital maintenance that could happen in the absence of those steady growths. I'm also excited by some of the work that we've talked about that's yet to come. It's been a really interesting conversation about performance measures, and really look forward to how we look at that engagement, bringing those together in a more holistic way. I really appreciate the suggestions that we move to more clearly center the ratepayer and the value they receive from PBR through the measures and through the capital investments. I think that's an exciting direction for us to continue to go down. Something that I have talked about in previous utility committees, and really look forward to as we move into the next PBR cycle, when we have all three water distribution combined with these two as well, is really digging into how we can help with affordability. I think that there is something around how we work with the efficiency factor to maybe provide that counter-cyclical approach to inflation, so that we're not compounding, so that in times of high inflation, our utilities aren't compounding those challenges and stresses that Edmontonians face, but instead can maybe even defray some of the pressures that they may be facing in other realms of their life as inflation increases. So lots of conversations to come. I'm really looking forward to them. And again, thank you to everyone for your input and expertise today.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
Just want to say thank you very much to, there's a lot of heavy lifting by a lot of smart people from different backgrounds. Administration and your consultant team, the utility advisor, of course, and, EWS and your consultant teams. I've learned a lot about this utility that, we cannot live without, right? And I know that there's still some adjustment and analysis that you have to look at after today's recommendation to kind of look at what's the final impact on the ratepayers. But I think approximately we can still probably estimate for the cost of a large latte for the next 3 years. We are still striving towards a lot of our climate, environmental, public health goals, maintaining and growing a core service, and also meeting the demands of growth of our city, as we move towards that, the city plan of a vision of a city of 2 million. So I think just having participated in this process, I feel really privileged to have learned a lot. I've been reflecting a lot around kind of this, the role of public engagement in this process. And I have to say, as a counselor, I take my responsibility of relaying policy discussion and questions from this room to the community very seriously. But I really struggled actually with trying to engage people on a conversation about wastewater and stormwater. And no matter how frequently I try to bring it up in a very plain word way, I do find I still continue to struggle with sort of really try to get people excited about it. But I feel like we can do it. We really can. Because I know people are excited about their bills when they come to me with that. So I think point taken, to Mr. Beckett's point earlier, and it's something that I think we can all work towards. So thank you, and I'm actually quite excited for the next round of the work that will inform future cycles, and I think we laid some pretty good foundation this time around. So thank you all.
Thank you. Anyone else? Just to close, really reiterate what has been said previously about all the hard work and all the smart people, and really a great conversation today. I also really appreciate everybody's cooperation to get our way through it. We broke a few rules, but we got to the right place, and so it's been a pretty good afternoon. Appreciate all your patience. Hope everyone has a happy Thanksgiving. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. On item 7.2, I will move that the September 16th, 2024 Utility Advisor Report EXT 02684 be received for information. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. On item 7.3, I will move that the October 11th, 2024 EPCOR Water Services Report EXT 02702 be received for information. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. On item 7.4, I will move that bylaw 20865, EPCOR Wastewater Services Bylaw, be referred back to administration to work with EPCOR Water Services, Inc. to update the bylaw as per the recommendation in Attachment 9 of the October 11th, 2024 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 02677 and return to City Council with an updated draft of bylaw 20865 prior to April 1st, 2025.
Just clarifying that will be revised attachment 9.
Revised attachment 9. Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. We look forward to seeing you all at the compliance report meeting soon. Thanks, everyone. We now have item 9.1. So committee does not get to go anywhere, but y'all got to get out so that we can do 9.1.
Do you want me to move into private?
Yes, please do move into private. Move that.
I'll move we go into private. Whoops. Subject to 16, 24, and 25 of the FOIP Act. Thanks.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. We'll just wait a moment until the room is secure. Thank you.
We are back online.
Thank you. I will go to Councillor Tang for a motion on 9.1.
Do you mind just put the wording into the chat? Thank you. Oh, I'm gonna move that Utility Committee recommend to Council that Attachment 2 be added to the October 11th, 2024 Office of the City Clerk Report OCC 02693, and that the actions be approved, and that this report remain private pursuant to Section 16, 24, and 25 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. That completes our agenda for the day. Are there any motions, notices of motion or motions without customary notice? Seeing none, we are adjourned. Thank you.